It's been a strange few weeks. Ever since Sandra called me that evening and told me Pete had passed away, everything's happened so quickly that I don't think it's really sunk in yet. The funeral came and went. Family arrived from all over the country. The valley turned out in huge numbers. Pete was one of those people everybody seemed to know and respect. Farmers, contractors, shop owners, neighbors, the church was packed. Afterwards, Sandra sat me down and explained everything. Pete had left me Yew Tree Farm, the house, the livestock, the machinery, the fields, everything. At first I thought she'd made a mistake, but she hadn't. Apparently Pete changed his will a couple of years ago. Sandra told me he'd spoken many times about wanting somebody to continue what he'd built here, somebody who genuinely cared about farming and would look after the place rather than sell it off. For reasons I'll never fully understand, he chose me. Sandra's since moved away to be closer to her sister. She said staying here after Pete was gone was simply too difficult. So now, somehow, I own 2 farms, which is still completely ridiculous to say out loud. Reality hit pretty quickly this morning, though. £40,000 disappeared from my account for the annual Blackthorn estate payment back at Woodland Hill, $32,000 for the farmyard, and another $8,000 for Field 3, year 3 of 5 on that agreement. Standing outside the farmhouse looking across the yard, I suppose I'd better see exactly what I've inherited. The first thing I spot is a Kuhn straw blower parked beside one of the sheds, followed by a mixer wagon sitting nearby. A pretty good indication that cows are about to become a much bigger part of my life than they ever have been before. Over by the livestock sheds, there are around 34 young beef cattle happily eating away with plenty of bedding and feed left in front of them. Everything actually looks surprisingly tidy. Pete clearly kept on top of things right until the very end. Walking through the machinery sheds feels a bit like Christmas morning. There's a Unia cultivator sitting inside, along with a Samaz mower, tedder, and windrower. Useful equipment, although I've already got Claas versions of every one of those back at Woodland Hill, so we may have some decisions to make later. Outside sits a grain silo holding just under 49,000 liters of wheat from Pete's last harvest. That's another little bonus I wasn't expecting. Then I find something that genuinely stops me in my tracks. A Horsch Pronto seeder. 6 meters wide, twice the size of the one I've been using, and parked beside it, a Fendt 5275 combine harvester, complete with header. I just stood there staring at it for a moment. A few years ago I couldn't afford a trailer. Now I own a combine. Life's strange sometimes. Further around the yard, I find Pete's New Holland T7 parked outside the workshop. Big tractor. Plenty of horsepower. More than enough for anything we're likely to throw at it. Near the livestock area, there's a slurry pit, manure heaps, and a JCB telehandler. Then, tucked away in another shed, sits a Massey Ferguson round baler fitted with a wrapper. Something that could become very useful if we ever decide to get serious about silage. The dairy section is where things start becoming a little intimidating. 40 dairy cows, not pregnant, not producing milk. Which means, if we're going to make this side of the farm work, we're going to have to learn quickly. Out behind them are around 60 adult beef cattle grazing peacefully across the paddock. Looking at them all spread across the field really drives home how different this farm is from Woodland Hill. This isn't a small operation, this is a proper livestock farm. Before heading back to the house, I take one final walk down to a large bale storage shed at the far end of the track. Inside are only a handful of straw bales at the moment, but the building itself is huge and will be perfect for storing hay, straw, and silage in the future. 5 years ago, I arrived in this valley with a single tractor and no idea what I was doing. Now, I've somehow inherited an entire farm. The opportunities are incredible, the responsibility is terrifying, and if I'm being completely truthful, I'm not entirely sure where to begin. But September's coming, and one way or another, we're going to figure it out. Some months feel like farming. This month feels more like running a business. Over the last few weeks, I've spent a lot of time walking around both farms with a notebook in my hand, writing down what we've got, what we need, and more importantly, what we don't need. Because after inheriting Yew Tree Farm, one thing became very obvious. I've got far too much machinery. Some of it's useful, some of it's duplicated, and some of it simply doesn't fit what we're trying to do anymore. So this morning, we make a decision. We're streamlining. The New Holland T7 gets fired up, and for most of the morning, I'm hauling equipment down to Peacock and Binnington's. First goes the silage tedder and windrower, then the mower, then the sprayer, then, after a bit of thinking, the New Holland itself. Call me crazy, but trust the process. By lunchtime, most of the yard is empty, and for the first time, I'm starting to see what Yew Tree Farm could actually become, rather than simply what Pete left behind. Back at the farm, I jump into the little Fendt, hook up the Massey baler, and take that down as well. By the time everything's sitting in the sales yard, it's quite a collection, and I suddenly feel slightly sick. Because if Oxy tells me I've made a terrible mistake, there's no going back. Walking into the shop, Oxy looks up from behind the counter.
You've either won the lottery or lost your mind.
Bit of both, maybe.
What's all that gear doing outside?
Selling it.
All of it?
Yep, I've got 2 farms now. I don't need 2 mowers, 2 tedders, 2 windrowers, 2 seeders. Half of it's never going to get used.
Fair point. I heard about Pete. Sorry, lad.
Yeah, still doesn't feel real.
Didn't realize he'd left you the farm.
Neither did I.
Okay, now after all that, you should be left with around £480,000. So, go on then. What have you really come here to buy?
The Claas Axion 870.
Now that's a serious tractor.
I've actually been speaking with Claas. They've offered me a free engine upgrade if I go ahead with it.
Well, you'd be mad not to. £185,000 and it's yours. Congratulations.
Thanks, Oxy. And sitting outside waiting for me is the biggest tractor I've ever owned. The Axion looks enormous. Standing beside it, I suddenly realized something. This isn't a starter farm anymore. This isn't survival anymore. This is a proper business. And businesses need staff. Which brings me to the next big decision, hiring my first employee. A couple of hours later, I'm pulling into Woodland Hill Farm, where a young bloke called Freddie Black is waiting outside the house. The same house I used to live in. Freddie's got experience, knows machinery, grew up on farms, and somehow manages to joke about everything.
Good morning. You must be Ethan. That's a nice tractor.
Hey, Freddie. Yeah, thanks, I love it. Now, to business.
I'm listening.
You're hired.
Excellent. When do I start?
About 5 minutes ago.
Thought you'd say that. Let's get to work then, shall we?
Within the hour, we're both moving machinery between the 2 farms. Freddie takes charge of the smaller Claas. I keep the new Axion. And together, we start reorganizing everything. Grass equipment gets moved to Yew Tree, where we've got more space. Storage gets consolidated. Sheds start making sense. For the first time since inheriting the farm, things begin feeling organized. Back at Yew Tree, I take one look at the liquid fertilizer tanks and decide they have no place on an organic farm. The tanks are sold off for parts and scrap, bringing in another 10,000 pounds while freeing up a huge amount of room. Then it's back to Woodland Hill, where another decision gets made. The smaller seeder is sold for 40,000 pounds. Freddie takes the trailer down to the shop while I sit down with Oxy once again and finally buy 2 things that are going to make life much easier. A larger flatbed trailer and an Anderson RBM 2000 bale trailer. No more manually collecting endless round bales. No more wasting entire afternoons loading trailers. Best 50,000 pounds I've spent in years. By the time Freddie arrives with the new trailer and I hook up the Anderson, we've spent 77,000 pounds altogether, leaving us with roughly 277,000 pounds still sitting in the bank. Not bad at all. As the sun starts setting, we park the new equipment beside the cattle paddocks at Yew Tree and stand looking across the yard. 1 month ago, this place felt overwhelming. Now it feels manageable. There's still an incredible amount of work ahead. The cows, the fields, the forestry, the 2 farms. But for the first time since Pete passed away, it feels like we've got a plan. And with Freddie now on board, September comes to an end with both farms finally moving in the same direction. You can always tell when autumn properly settles into the valley. The mornings get colder, the grass stops growing quite so aggressively, and suddenly, everybody starts racing against the weather before winter arrives. This month is all about getting fields sorted before the cold sets in. We've got grass to cut, hay to make, and crops to get in the ground. Thankfully, I'm not doing it all myself anymore. Freddie's already out working before I've even finished my first coffee.
Morning, boss.
Morning, Freddie.
I've got the mowers on and I'm starting in field 98. Thought I'd get cracking before you found another job for me.
Very funny.
I try my best. Meadow after this?
Yeah, meadow, then field 3 back at Woodland Hill.
Got it. Should keep me busy.
That's the general idea.
Right then. See you out there.
For once, though, Freddie's got the grass side covered, which means I can finally focus on Yew Tree. Today we're planting barley. Fields 51 and 53 have been sitting ready and waiting, and with the horse seeder loaded up, we're finally getting started. As the drill disappears into the soil and the first rows of barley go in, I find myself thinking about just how much has happened lately. Which reminds me, there's one person I haven't actually spoken to properly since everything happened. Dad. So I grab my phone and give him a call.
Ethan, you still alive then?
Barely.
Good. Was worried you'd forgotten your old man existed.
You've been busy.
Tell me about it. Been filming farmyard nightmares for weeks. What's been going on?
Pete passed away.
What?
Heart attack. Few months back now.
Bloody hell. I'm sorry, son. I knew how much you liked him.
Yeah, still feels strange.
How's Sandra doing?
She's moved away, closer to family.
Fair enough. Then what happened?
Pete left me the farm.
He left you what?
The whole thing. House, fields, livestock, machinery, everything.
You're joking.
Wish I was.
So, how many farms do you own now?
2.
You're 23, and somehow you've ended up with 2 farms. I had 1 tractor and a leaking shed at your age.
Trust me, I'm still trying to figure it out myself.
What sort of setup did Pete leave?
Dairy cows, beef cattle, fields, loads of machinery, a combine, a telehandler, more stuff than I know what to do with.
Sounds like you have your hands full.
Yeah, I've already sold half the machines I didn't need and hired my first employee to help cover it all. His name's Freddie.
That's a huge responsibility, but incredible. That sounds more like you. You know Pete didn't leave you that farm because it was easy.
I know.
He left it because he trusted you. Don't forget that.
I won't.
Good. Now I'd better go. I've got cameras waiting for me.
Catch you later, Dad.
Look after yourself, son.
By the time the conversation's finished, both barley fields are planted, and Freddie's absolutely flown through the grass work. The meadow's done, field 3's done, everything's cut, tedded, and rowed, while Freddie starts putting the new Anderson bale trailer to work. And watching him pick up bales automatically might genuinely be one of the best purchases we've ever made. As the sun starts setting, ahead of me, 2 farms are slowly starting to work together. And for the first time since inheriting Yew Tree, things feel like they're settling into a rhythm. October comes to an end with barley in the ground, hay in the fields, and plenty more work waiting before winter arrives. For the first time since inheriting Yew Tree Farm, things are starting to feel settled. Not finished, not easy, but settled. The month starts with a bit of paperwork and a couple of environmental scheme applications. The reduced bale wrapping payment comes through first, which isn't much money, but every little bit helps. More interesting are the new schemes we're signing up for. The natural grazing scheme works perfectly for what we're already doing with the cattle, while the natural fertilizer scheme rewards farms for using manure and slurry rather than manufactured fertilizer. Considering the amount of cattle we've inherited, that feels like free money. Walking through the dairy barn, I stop for a while and check on the Jersey cows. Rosie's been helping us recently with the breeding program, and all 40 cows are now successfully in calf. They're still early into pregnancy, but everything seems to be progressing well. It's strange looking at them now, knowing that in less than a year, this entire side of the farm could be producing milk. That'll completely change the business. The younger beef cattle inside are looking healthy too. They've got plenty of feed, plenty of bedding, and are growing steadily. For now, they're living almost entirely on hay, which keeps things simple while we learn more about the cattle side of the farm. After checking everything over, I jump into the pickup and head across the valley towards Woodland Hill.
Everything all right over there?
Yeah, just checking on the sheep. How's your day looking?
Feeding cattle, checking fences, trying not to get buried under paperwork.
Sounds exciting.
Living the dream.
I'll leave you to it then.
Appreciated.
When I arrive at Woodland Hill, the first stop is the spinnery, and sitting there waiting for me is our first pallet of fabric. It's only one pallet, but it's proof the investment is working. The wool isn't just sitting around anymore, it's becoming a product. We'll hold on to it until spring, and hopefully sell everything at a much stronger price. The next job is something I've been thinking about for months, the sheep. We've completely outgrown the old barn. Every season we're having to sell animals simply because we've got nowhere to put them. Standing at the gate looking across the meadow, it suddenly seems obvious. Why aren't they out here? So throughout the day, we convert the meadow into a permanent grazing area. Feed stations go in, water troughs go in. The fencing gets checked, and before long, it's ready. The older sheep are moved outside while the barn becomes dedicated lambing space. Watching the flock spread out across the grass feels like a major step forward. Suddenly we've got room to expand. More wool, more lambs, more opportunities. As the sun starts disappearing behind the hills, I stand by the fence for a few moments, watching them settle in. The dairy cows are over at Yew Tree. The sheep are here at Woodland Hill. The forestry operation is ticking away. The barley is in the ground. For the first time since Pete passed away, the two farms are beginning to feel connected. Not two separate businesses, one bigger operation. And that's a good feeling to end November on. Winter has arrived. The mornings are darker. The fields are quieter. And for the first time all year, things feel like they've slowed down slightly. Not that we're taking it easy, there's still plenty to do. This month starts with a trip down to Peacock and Binnington's, because we've finally decided it's time to start taking advantage of all the manure and slurry being produced by the cattle. If we're going to commit to organic farming, we need the right equipment. Walking into the shop, Oxy already seems to know why I'm here.
Morning. What can I do for you?
Manure spreader, slurry tanker, big ones.
Right, you've officially become a cattle farmer then. Come on then, let's have a look. For manure, I'd be looking at this Horde ST16. 16,500 litre capacity, 12 metre working width, built like a tank.
That's probably about right. What's the damage?
67,000. Now what about slurry?
Need something that'll last. I'd rather buy once and be done with it.
Then I'd be looking at the Flegel, 18,000 litre tank, 15 metre working width. And if you're serious about nutrient management, put the John Deere sensing kit on it.
What's that total?
113,000 quid.
All right, we'll take the Flegel as well, with the sensing kit.
Good man, have fun.
By the time everything's signed and paid for, we've spent around £180,000, which hurts, but they're investments that'll pay for themselves over time. Back at the farm, Freddie's already picked up the manure spreader and loaded it. I arrive with the slurry tanker just as he's heading out.
Looks like Christmas came early.
My bank account disagrees.
At least we'll get some use out of them.
Let's hope so. Have fun out there. So we split up and get to work. Freddie takes the grass fields. I head towards the barley.
Hello, sweetheart. I was starting to wonder if you'd fallen off the face of the earth. Every time I speak to your father, he's either filming something or driving halfway across the country. And every time I try calling you, you're either in a tractor or surrounded by cows.
That's probably because I am surrounded by cows most of the time these days. It's good to hear your voice though, Mum. How's everything back home?
Oh, we're doing all right. Your father's keeping busy as always. I think if he ever sat still for more than 10 minutes, he'd get bored. But enough about us. How are you? And don't give me the farmer answer where everything's fine and then 3 months later I find out you've bought another farm.
Well, that's actually not far off what happened.
I knew it.
Things have been good. Busy, but good. Taking over Yew Tree has been a lot of work. Some days it feels like I'm running around putting out little fires everywhere, but we're getting there. Freddie's settled in well, and having another pair of hands around has made a huge difference.
Your father mentioned you'd hired someone. That's a big step. I remember when you were doing everything yourself and refusing to ask anybody for help.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly the smartest version of myself back then.
No, you definitely weren't.
Thanks, Mum.
You're welcome.
But Freddie's good. He's keen, knows his stuff, and he's not afraid to tell me when I'm being an idiot.
That's good. Now then, before we finish this conversation, there is one very important question I need to ask. How's Rosie?
I knew that was coming.
Of course it was coming. Your father keeps talking about cows and tractors whenever I ask how you're doing. Somebody has to ask about the important things.
Rosie's great. Things are going really well, actually. We've been spending a lot of time together, and she's been helping with the cattle as well. She's settled into farm life better than I think either of us expected.
That's lovely to hear. You sound happy when you talk about her. Anyway, I'd better let you get back to work. Look after yourself, sweetheart.
Love you, Mum.
Love you too. Speak soon.
By the time the call ends, the slurry work is nearly finished. Looking across the barley fields, the nutrient levels are improving nicely, although we'll still need another application and some lime before spring arrives. Back at Yew Tree, I stop by the dairy barns before heading inside. The manure heaps are filling up, the cattle are healthy, the new equipment is already proving useful, and despite the cold weather, everything feels like it's moving in the right direction. As darkness settles across the valley and Christmas approaches, December comes to a close with both farms in a strong position heading into the new year. The Christmas decorations have come down. The weather's somehow managed to get even colder, and every morning starts with scraping ice off something before any actual work gets done. Stepping outside into the freezing air, I take a look across the yard at Yew Tree Farm before grabbing the radio. Morning, Freddie. Fancy another exciting day of manure spreading?
You really know how to sell a job.
We've got plenty of manure building up in the cattle sheds. Thought we may as well get a second application onto the barley while conditions are right.
No worries. I'll get the spreader loaded up and head over there now.
Perfect. I'm heading over to Woodland Hill. Going to sort a few bits out and then start liming.
Sounds good. Give me a shout if you need anything.
The first job of the month is replacing the old lime spreader. It's served us well over the years, but compared to the size of the operation now, it's painfully small. By mid-morning, I've got it down at Peacock and Binnington's. The old unit sells for 1,600 pounds. Not exactly life-changing, but every little bit helps. After looking through the catalog, I settle on a Breedle K105 fitted with the larger spreading discs. 9,000 liter capacity, 30-meter working width. A serious bit of kit. 53,000 pounds later, it's mine. Expensive, but considering how much land we're now managing, it'll save countless hours. After hitching it up and filling it with lime, I head back out and start working through the fields. Field 3 first, then the remaining fields one after another. The new spreader barely notices the workload.
Manston, you busy?
Usually. What do you want?
Straight to the point. I like that.
You didn't call for a chat.
No, I was just driving past Woodland Hill the other day. Thought it looked different.
Right.
Quite a few sheep out in that meadow now.
There are.
Interesting choice.
Get to the point, Callum.
The point is, that's leased estate land. At least, last time I checked.
And
And changing land use usually needs approval.
It's still grazing land.
Maybe. Maybe not. Depends who you ask.
Why are you calling me?
Just making conversation. Making sure you've done things the right way. Last thing you'd want is somebody from Blackthorn Estate taking an interest.
If there's an issue, they'll contact me themselves.
Hopefully. Bit of a shame if all that hard work got complicated over a paperwork mistake.
Funny, you never seemed this concerned about my paperwork before.
Never had much reason to be. Now you've got 2 farms. Quite the collection. Woodland Hill, Rosie, Yew Tree. Things seem to fall into place for you, don't they?
If that's all you've called about, I've got work to do.
Just looking out for you. Talk soon.
The call ends, and I stare at the phone for a moment. The thing that bothers me isn't what he said, it's why he said it. Callum's always been difficult, but that felt deliberate, like he wanted me thinking about it. Hopefully it's nothing. Still, I might double-check the lease agreement when I get home, just in case. The rest of the afternoon passes without drama. The final field gets limed, Freddie finishes spreading manure. The barley fields are looking much healthier than they did a month ago. And by the time the sun starts disappearing behind the hills, we're both heading back to the yard. We've spent a lot of money this winter, but the farms are in good shape. The equipment is improving, the fields are improving, and spring is getting closer. As I park the tractor and head inside to escape the cold, I try to push Callum's phone call out of my mind. Easier said than done. Still, that's a problem for another day. January comes to an end with both farms moving forward, even if not everybody in the valley seems happy about it. Winter has well and truly settled across the valley. Snow covers the fields, the roads are white, and most mornings start with wondering whether it's worth leaving the house at all. Today, though, I've actually got something to look forward to. Rosie's spending the day at Woodland Hill carrying out health checks on the sheep and lambs, so I jump into the pickup and carefully make my way across the valley through the snow. The roads are slippery, the hedges are covered in frost, and despite the cold, it's one of those beautiful winter mornings where everything looks almost peaceful. Pulling into Woodland Hill, I immediately spot Rosie's car parked outside the sheep barn. I find her exactly where I'd expected, inside the lambing barn, surrounded by sheep.
Hey you! Well, don't just stand there looking lost. If you've come to help, I've got about 20 more of these little troublemakers to get through before lunch.
I was considering helping. Then I realized I'd probably just get in the way and make your job harder.
That's a surprisingly self-aware answer.
I've had 6 years of practice being told when I'm wrong.
By me?
Mostly by you.
Good, at least you're learning something. So, how's life treating Britain's newest owner of far too many farms?
Busy, but in a good way. The cattle are doing well, Freddie settled in better than I expected, and the barley fields are looking decent considering how rough the weather's been. I still spend half my time feeling like I'm making things up as I go, but somehow, everything keeps moving forward.
That's because you're a lot better at this than you give yourself credit for. Every time I come here, there's another improvement, another building getting used, another field doing something useful. You've built a lot more than you realize.
Maybe. I think when you're around it every day, you don't really notice the changes. Then I look back at photos from when I first arrived at Woodland Hill and realize the place barely resembles the farm it used to be.
Exactly. You never stop long enough to appreciate what you've achieved. What about you, though? Not the farms, you. When was the last time you actually had a day off?
A day off?
See, the fact you're thinking about it proves my point.
I suppose Christmas was close enough.
Christmas doesn't count. You spent most of it talking about cattle breeding plans.
In my defense, they're quite important.
Ethan, normal people don't discuss cattle breeding over Christmas dinner.
Good thing I'm not normal then.
That's definitely true.
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about.
That sounds dangerous.
Callum called me a few weeks ago.
Oh, what did he want?
Started talking about the sheep meadow, estate rules, paperwork. The sort of conversation where nothing sounds like a threat, but somehow feels like one.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like him.
I don't get it. He's got his own farm. He's doing all right. Why is he still so interested in what I'm doing?
Because Callum keeps score. He always has. When we were younger, everything was a competition. School, work, football, farming, it didn't matter. If somebody else had something he wanted, he'd obsess over it.
That sounds exhausting.
It was. That's one of the reasons things didn't work out between us. Life doesn't need to be a constant competition.
Do you think he's actually going to cause problems?
Don't know. Most of the time he's all talk. But if he decides something matters to him, he can be stubborn. Just don't let him get into your head. That's usually what he's trying to do.
That's easier said than done.
Maybe. But you've got enough real problems without borrowing his as well. Right, I'd better get going before the roads get any worse.
Okay, thanks for your help with the lambs. See you tomorrow for dinner.
Sounds like a plan.
After she leaves, I spend a little while walking around the sheep operation. The meadow is working brilliantly. The flock has plenty of room. The lambing barn is doing exactly what we'd hoped. And despite the snow and cold weather, everything feels in a really good place. As the afternoon fades away, I head back toward Yew Tree. The fire will be going soon. The cattle will need another check, and there'll be plenty more jobs waiting tomorrow. It's amazing what a difference a few weeks can make. The snow's finally disappearing from around the valley, the days are getting longer. Rosie's been spending quite a bit of time here lately as well. She's still busy with work and her veterinary training, but it's been nice having her around more often. Most evenings recently have involved sitting down together, having dinner, talking about the farms, her work, and whatever ridiculous problem I've managed to create for myself that week. Financially, we're sitting at around 142,000 pounds in the bank, which I'm really pleased with. Taking on Yew Tree Farm was a massive responsibility, and there were definitely moments where I wondered if I'd bitten off more than I could chew. But things are starting to settle into a routine now. One thing I've been spending a lot of time looking at this month is the feed mixer wagon Pete left behind. It's been parked up for months, and I've barely paid any attention to it. But now that the dairy side of the farm is becoming more important, I figured it was about time I actually learned what the thing does. So I sat down with the manual and started reading through it. Turns out it's actually a pretty clever bit of kit. From what I've learned, if you mix the right combination of silage, hay, straw, and mineral feed, you can create total mixed ration, which is apparently one of the best feeds you can give dairy cattle. The cows love it. The problem is, we're not quite set up for it yet. We've got hay, we've got straw. What we don't really have is silage. That means if we're serious about moving into dairy production next year, we're going to need to start thinking differently about our grass harvest this summer. Maybe we start wrapping silage bales. Maybe we upgrade some equipment. Maybe we change how we manage certain fields. There's no rush right now, but it's definitely one of those things that's moved onto the planning board for the future. After that, I spend a bit of time moving feed around the farm and checking on the livestock. The dairy cows are all looking healthy and progressing nicely. It's still strange walking through the dairy sheds knowing that in less than a year, those animals should be producing milk and completely changing the direction of this farm. The younger beef cattle are growing quickly too. Every time I check on them, they seem bigger than the month before. Out in the meadow, the older beef cattle are living their best lives. They've got plenty of grass, plenty of room, and absolutely no interest in anything I'm doing. As the month goes on, I find myself spending less time driving machinery and more time simply walking around both farms, checking things over. The forestry area is stacked with timber. The spinnery is producing fabric in the background. The cattle are healthy, the sheep are healthy, even the barley fields are looking fantastic. Towards the end of the month, I head out for a walk across the fields just to see how everything's progressing. The barley is looking strong. The pH levels are right where they need to be. The nitrogen levels have come up nicely thanks to all the manure and slurry work we did through winter. Even the grass fields are starting to wake up again. The animals are healthy, the crops are growing, the businesses are making money, and for once, everything feels calm. Which usually means something's about to happen. But that's a problem for April. For now, we'll take the win and enjoy a quiet end to March. Some months are full of projects. Some months are full of purchases. Things are running smoothly across both farms at the moment. The dairy cows are doing particularly well. They're now around 77% through reproduction, which is fantastic. We've kept them well fed all winter, they've got plenty of bedding, and if everything continues as planned, we're getting closer and closer to seeing the first real milk production begin next year. Standing there looking over the herd, it's hard not to get excited about what's coming. But before I get too carried away with work, there's somewhere I want to go. Somewhere I've been meaning to visit for a while. So I jump into the truck and head into town. A short drive later, I pull up outside the church. The engine falls silent, and for a few seconds, I just sit there. Then I climb out and make my way through the old stone archway into the churchyard. It's quiet, just birdsong and the occasional breeze moving through the trees. I slowly make my way through the rows of gravestones until I find the one I'm looking for. Pete Mercer. Pete, it's been a while. I just wanted to stop by and let you know everything's all right. The farms are doing well, the cattle are healthy, the sheep are healthy, and somehow, despite having absolutely no idea what I was doing when all this started, things seem to be working out. I still catch myself expecting to see you around the corner sometimes. Still hear your voice in my head whenever I make a decision, usually telling me I've done something stupid. But I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for trusting me with Yew Tree. I know what that farm meant to you, and I promise I'll look after it. I won't let you down. After standing there for another moment, I quietly nod, turn around, and begin walking back towards the truck. It's a sad visit, but somehow it feels like something I needed to do. The drive back out of town helps clear my head, and before long, I'm arriving at Woodland Hill. Work doesn't stop. It never does. Pulling into the yard, I stop beside the spinnery and check on production. Sitting there waiting for me is another pallet of fabric. Seeing that pallet feels pretty satisfying. For months, we've been feeding wool into those machines, and finally, we're starting to see the results. I load it into the back of the truck and strap it down before taking a walk around the farm. Inside the lambing barn, the younger sheep are doing great. Outside in the meadow, the larger flock is spread across the hillside grazing peacefully. Moving them out here was definitely the right decision. They've got more room, they're healthier, and we're already seeing more lambs appearing around the farm. The whole sheep operation feels like it's finally found its rhythm. Before leaving, I stop by the storage barn and check our supplies. We've still got plenty of hay stacked away, a few grass bales as well. More than enough to keep us comfortable heading into the coming months. From there, I head over to Field 3. Pulling up alongside the gate, I climb out and walk the edge of the field. The grass is looking fantastic. The pH levels are exactly where they need to be. Nitrogen levels are looking strong, and the yield potential is excellent. Everything we've done over winter is showing up now. The temptation to cut it is definitely there, but July isn't far away, and the no mowing scheme payments will make the wait worthwhile. So for now, the mower stays parked. Back in the truck again, I decide to finish the day by selling the pallet of fabric. A quick check of the market prices points me towards Diane at the farmer's market, as usual. A short drive later, I'm pulling into town and unloading the pallet. A few minutes later, the sale goes through. 6,800 pounds for a single pallet. Not bad at all. In fact, standing there looking at the payment come through, I start wondering if the spinnery might deserve a bigger role in the future. As I make my way back through the valley towards home, just steady progress. The kind of month every farmer hopes for. And with April wrapped up, it's time to see what May has in store. If April was quiet, then May is even quieter. Not that I'm complaining. After everything that's happened over the last year, having a few peaceful months to simply manage the farms rather than constantly expand them is actually quite refreshing. Freddie's still away this month as well. I told him to enjoy the time while he can, because once June and July arrive, we're both going to be flat out with grass work, harvesting, baling, and everything else that comes with summer. After checking the fields, I wander over to the grain silo, Pete's wheat. 48,000 liters of it, still sitting in the silo, completely forgotten about. The good news is wheat doesn't exactly expire sitting in a silo. The bad news is I missed some pretty decent winter prices. Still, there's no rush. We'll hold on to it until next winter and hopefully catch a stronger price then. From there, I continue my walk around the farm, checking over equipment and making sure everything's ready for the busy months ahead. The youngest group have grown significantly over winter, while the older group are beginning to look more like proper cattle than calves. They're healthy, they're feeding well, and every month their value continues to increase. Walking through the barn, it's hard not to feel pleased with how far they've come. From there, I head down towards the dairy herd. The Jerseys are now approaching 88% through their reproduction cycle, which means we're getting close, very close. Another month or two, and we should start seeing calves arriving. And once those calves arrive, the dairy side of the business can finally begin. It's something I've been looking forward to for a long time now. All the preparation, all the planning, all the feeding and management. It's finally getting close to paying off. Behind the dairy barn, I stop and look out across the beef cattle paddock. 60 adult cattle grazing peacefully. And they've got some exciting months ahead too. Once the calves arrive, the plan is fairly straightforward. We'll sell around 30 of the adult animals and keep the remaining herd growing. At current values, that could bring in somewhere close to 100,000 pounds. It's a huge amount of money. The sort of money that could completely change what we're able to do next. New equipment, new investments, maybe even more land. For now though, that's getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need healthy calves. Eventually, I notice something that actually needs doing: the bedding. A few of the cattle sheds are looking a little light on straw. Nothing urgent, but enough that it needs sorting. So I jump into the tractor, hitch up the straw blower, and head over to the bale storage barn. A couple of straw bales are loaded in, and before long, I'm blowing fresh bedding into the younger beef cattle barn. Then, it's back for another load before heading down to the dairy sheds and doing exactly the same thing there. Just one of those everyday jobs that keeps a livestock farm running. By the time everything's finished, the cattle are comfortable, the barns look tidy again, and the tractor is heading back towards the workshop. As I park up for the evening and look around the farm one last time, there's a real sense that everything is building towards something. And Freddie will be back next month, just in time for the busiest part of the year. And with June right around the corner, things are about to get very busy indeed. Somehow, we're already halfway through another year. Standing in the kitchen this morning with a cup of tea in hand, looking out across Yew Tree Farm, it's still hard to believe this place is mine. A year ago, I was trying to keep Woodland Hill afloat. Now I've got 2 farms to run, cattle everywhere, barley in the ground, and more machinery than I ever thought I'd own. Not that I'm complaining. The bank account's sitting at just over 200,000 pounds, and, for once, things are looking fairly stable. Freddie's still got this month off as well. I told him to enjoy it while he can because next month, everything kicks off. Harvest season is nearly here, the grass is readying itself, and before long, we'll be flat out from sunrise to sunset. For now though, it's just me. The first job today is feeding cattle. I hitch up the trailer because between the dairy herd, the younger beef cattle, and everything else, we get through a surprising amount of feed nowadays. A few loads later, and I've got enough hay loaded up to keep everyone happy. The dairy cows get fed first. They're looking fantastic. Walking through the shed, they're calm, healthy, and exactly where I'd hoped they'd be at this stage. The reproduction figures are now showing 99% complete. 99. That means calves could arrive at any time. Today, tomorrow, next month? Nobody really knows, but they're ready. And if I'm honest, I'm probably more excited than the cows are. Once that's done, I head back for another load. 6 more bales this time. Those go over to the younger beef cattle. It's amazing how much they've grown over winter. The older group are really starting to bulk out now and look like proper cattle rather than oversized calves. Everything's progressing exactly how I'd hoped. With the feeding finished, I spend some time checking livestock records. The beef herd is in almost exactly the same position as the dairy cows. 99% reproduction, which means the next month or so could completely transform this farm. Once the calves arrive, the plan is to reduce numbers in the main beef herd and bring some serious money into the business. It's a nice position to be in, the sort of position I could only dream about a few years ago. After that, I head out to the barley fields. Standing on the edge of field 51 and looking across it is one of those moments that makes all the work worthwhile. The crop looks incredible. The same goes for the grass fields. The no mowing scheme has done exactly what we'd hoped. Everything's growing strongly, and by the time we're allowed back in there with machinery, we should have plenty to work with. Back at the yard, I make one final decision before calling it a month. The old Claas baler. It's served us well, but if we're serious about making silage and moving towards total mixed rations for the dairy herd, then it's time for an upgrade. So I take it down to Peacock and Binnington's. Oxy helps me sort the paperwork, and before long, I'm standing next to a brand new Claas Roland 630 Univrac. One machine capable of handling silage, hay, and straw. Exactly what we need. It's not cheap. By the time the deal's done, we're sitting at around 104,000 pounds in the bank. But standing there looking at it, I know it's the right move. The future of this farm is cattle, and cattle need feed. With the new baler safely back at the farm and parked up alongside the rest of the machinery, I take one last look around the yard. Everything's ready. The combine's ready, the baler's ready, the tractors are ready. Now we just need the crops. And with July waiting just around the corner, harvest season is finally here. Harvest month. The month every decision over the last year has been building towards. I start the morning in the house, checking over paperwork and scheme payments before heading outside. The government schemes have actually paid surprisingly well this year. The natural fertilizer scheme helped. The grazing scheme helped. But the big one was avoiding mowing through spring. That alone brought in roughly 40,000 pounds across the farms. Add in the forestry income, the timber sales, and everything else ticking away in the background, and we're sitting at around 154,000 pounds in the bank. Not bad at all. Outside, I can already hear machinery moving. Freddie's back. And judging by the sound of the fent, he's not wasting any time.
Morning, boss. Already heading to the first barley field. Thought I'd save you from being late.
Cheeky bugger. Everything ready to go?
Headers on, combine's fueled, weather looks good. Let's get this stuff harvested.
It's a good feeling. A year ago I was doing everything myself. Now I've actually got help. Before joining him though, I've got one job to do. Pete's old grain trailer. We inherited it with the farm and it served us well, but I've decided to swap it out. So I head down to Peacock and Binnington's, trade it in, and pick up a Claas carrot trailer with an extension fitted. Looks fantastic. Unfortunately, 10 minutes later we discover a problem.
You've got to be kidding me.
What's wrong?
That extension's too high. I can't unload into it from this angle. Get rid of the extension and get back up here.
Yep, on it. After a very embarrassing trip back to the workshop, the extension comes off and suddenly everything works perfectly. Crisis over. The harvest finally begins. For the next several days, we work through the fields together. Freddie in the combine, me running trailers, back and forth, back and forth. The barley just keeps coming. Every unload looks better than the last.
Ethan, hi. Just thought I'd give you a heads up. I've heard Callum's been asking questions about you again.
Questions about what?
Bit of everything. The farms, the cattle, the schemes, trying to find something you've done wrong.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Just watch yourself, that's all I'm saying. Some people don't like seeing others succeed.
Yeah, he called me as well. Was mentioning about me putting sheep in my meadow and thinking the estate might have an issue with it.
Just make sure you don't give him any ammunition or reason, okay? It's the last thing you need with so much going on.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Giles. I'd better get back to the barley harvest. Speak soon.
Yes, of course. Your fields look great. Pete would be proud. Talk soon, Ethan.
The call ends, and while I try not to think too much about it, Giles's warning sticks with me. Callum clearly isn't done causing trouble. Still, that's a problem for another day. The harvest comes first. By the end of the month, the final trailer is unloaded, and the combine is parked away. Freddie heads home after a huge effort, and for the first time all year, I get a chance to stand back and look at what we've achieved. 154,000 liters of barley. The dairy cows have finally calved. Milk is flowing. The beef herd has produced calves too. Woodland Hill is thriving. Yew Tree is thriving. And somehow, we've managed to hold it all together. Standing in the yard as the sun begins to set, it's hard not to think about Pete, because none of this happens without him. A year ago, I inherited a farm. Today, it's becoming something much bigger. And as Season 6 comes to an end, one thing is certain. Year 7 is going to be interesting. The mornings are starting to feel familiar now. Not in a bad way either. The kind of familiar where you wake up, walk through the kitchen with a coffee in your hand, glance out across the yard, and realize this is just life now. 2 farms, a worker, hundreds of animals, fields to manage, and another 40,000 pounds disappearing from the account as the yearly Blackthorn estate payment comes out. That one still hurts. I stand there looking at the banking app for a moment before shaking my head. I climb into the Claas and grab the radio. Morning, Freddie. You're up early.
Someone's got to keep this place running while you're still drinking coffee.
That's a fair point. What are you up to?
Already got the baler on. Heading out to the barley fields now. Going to get all the straw baled before the weather changes.
Sounds good. I'll get the mowers on and start knocking down the grass fields.
I'll get the straw done first. Once that's finished, I'll come over and give you a hand with the grass work.
Perfect. See you out there. A few minutes later, I'm unfolding the front and rear mowers in field 98. 10 meters of cutting width stretches out behind me. The first pass drops a huge strip of grass, then another, then another. Before long, the field starts changing color as neat rows of fresh-cut grass appear behind me. As the hours roll on, I find myself thinking about everything that's happened recently. A year ago, I was trying to figure out how to manage one farm. Now I've got Yew Tree Farm producing cattle, milk, and crops, while Woodland Hill keeps the sheep, forestry, and fabric side ticking along. It's a lot. But it's starting to feel manageable. Hey, Rosie.
Thought I'd check if you're still alive. Freddie said you've been hiding inside tractors all week.
That's a slight exaggeration.
Is it though?
All right, maybe not.
How are the cows doing?
Good, actually. The jerseys are settling into milk production nicely, and the calves are looking healthy.
That's what I wanted to hear. I'm planning to come out next week and do a full health check anyway. I want to look at the dairy herd and have another look at the sheep while I'm there.
That'd be great. Everything looks fine from my side, but it's always good having someone who actually knows what they're looking at.
You know a lot more than you give yourself credit for.
Maybe. Still learning every day, though.
That's farming. Nobody ever knows everything.
How's work been?
Busy. Lots of lambing checks around the valley and a few emergency call-outs. Nothing too exciting.
Good. Exciting usually means something's gone wrong.
Exactly. Anyway, I'd better get back to it. See you tonight?
Yeah, me too. See you tonight. One job after another, one field after another. By the end of the month, I'm rowing up the last of Field 3 while Freddie finishes the final bales. The grass season is behind us. The straw's in storage. The animals have feed for months. And as I head back toward the yard with the sunset dropping behind the hills, it feels like we're starting year 7 in a strong position. There's still plenty to do, but for once, we're ahead of schedule. One thing I've learned over the last few years is that a full bale barn is one of the most satisfying sights on a farm. I find myself standing inside the storage shed at the start of the month, just looking around. Stack after stack, row after row, hay, straw, silage. Everything organized and ready to go. The numbers are looking good too. 44 hay bales, 83 straw bales, 27 silage bales currently fermenting. More stored over at Woodland Hill Farm. Enough feed to keep animals happy for a very long time. It's a good feeling. The only problem is, standing around admiring it doesn't get crops planted. This month is all about canola. I've been thinking about it for a while. If we don't get it in the ground now, we miss the planting window. And after looking through the figures, the crop rotation and the opportunities next year, it makes sense.
Morning, boss. First barley field's cultivated and ready whenever you are.
Nice work. I'm loading the seeder now.
What are we planting then?
Canola.
Going fancy on us now?
Thought I'd branch out a bit.
Fair enough. I'll get started on the second field.
Sounds good. I'll meet you over there once this one's done. The first field takes most of the day. Back and forth, up and down. The seeder working steadily behind me. The bright green machine disappears into the distance before turning and coming back again. As I work, my mind drifts toward the year ahead. The dairy herd is finally producing milk. The beef cattle are growing well. The forestry side keeps bringing in steady income. The fabric production is ticking away in the background. I fold up the seeder, move across the road, and start again. More canola. More long days, more hours staring across fields. Eventually, the second field starts filling with neat planted rows too.
Both cattle yards are sorted. Feed's topped up, water's all checked.
Good stuff.
Anything else you need?
Not today. I should finish this field before dark.
Then I'm heading home before you find another job for me.
Smart move.
See you tomorrow.
Job done. The canola is in. Just in time. After parking the machinery away, I decide to take a drive over to Woodland Hill Farm before calling it a day. The sheep are exactly where I'd hoped they'd be. The lambs are healthy. The pasture looks fantastic. The meadow has transformed from a simple grass field into a thriving sheep paddock. Standing at the gate watching them graze, it's hard not to feel proud of how far this place has come. There's still firewood to process, timber to cut, paperwork waiting back at the house, and Freddie will no doubt keep himself busy with that side of the business over the coming weeks. But for now, the important job is finished. The crop is planted, the animals are thriving, and year 7 is moving along nicely as we head towards autumn. The valley feels different this time of year. The mornings are colder, the trees are starting to turn, and for once, I'm not rushing straight out into a field. Instead, I'm driving down the lane in the pickup truck with a coffee sitting in the cup holder. It's been ages since I've actually stopped by. Invoices get paid, money turns up in the account, and life carries on. Efficient, but maybe a little too efficient. I park up and make my way through the market until I spot Diane arranging a display.
Well, look who finally decided to show up in person.
I was beginning to think you'd forgotten what I looked like.
Hardly. I just got used to your delivery driver doing all the work.
That's fair.
How have you been? Last time we really talked was before everything happened with Pete.
Busy mostly. It's been a strange year. Taking over Yew Tree Farm wasn't exactly part of the plan.
I was very sorry to hear about Pete. He was one of the good ones.
Yeah, I still catch myself expecting to see him around the valley sometimes.
He'd be proud of what you've done with the place.
I hope so.
From what I've heard, you've got cattle, sheep, crops, forestry, milk production, and a worker now.
When you list it all out like that, it sounds ridiculous.
That's because it is ridiculous. I will say one thing though. The automated deliveries are brilliant.
Glad they're working.
They are. Although, I do miss seeing you around here.
I know what you mean. Feels like everything got bigger and busier all at once.
That's life. Same thing happened to me years ago.
At least everything's running smoothly.
Exactly. And if you ever start producing anything new, bring it down here first. Fabric, milk products, furniture, whatever it ends up being, I'll happily take a look.
That's good to know. I've got a few ideas floating around.
You always do. Anyway, nice to see you again, Ethan.
Yeah, you too, Diane. See you. After another coffee and a bit more conversation, I say goodbye and head back towards the truck. The visit was nice. A reminder that farming isn't just machinery and spreadsheets, it's people too. From there, I head over to Woodland Hill Farm and hitch up the livestock trailer before making my way back to Yew Tree. Today is cattle sale day. The beef herd has done exactly what we wanted. The calves are healthy, the breeding cycle is progressing nicely, and some of the older cattle are ready to leave. 6 at a time, trip after trip. The first load sells for 17,400 pounds. The second load sells for almost exactly the same. Then another, then another. By the time the final trailer leaves the auction yard, we've sold 28 head of cattle, and the account balance has climbed all the way to 211,000 pounds. Not bad for a day's work. Back at the farm, I stop by the bale barn before heading home. The silage bales are still fermenting away quietly in the corner. It's funny, for years I'd heard people talking about total mixed rations. Now we're finally in a position to make our own. We've got the silage, we've got the hay, we've got the mixer wagon, and before long, we'll be feeding the dairy herd exactly the way we've always wanted. The milk tanks are filling too, nearly 7,000 liters already. Enough that I'm beginning to think seriously about our first major dairy sale. Then there's the wheat. 48,000 liters still sitting in storage from Pete's final harvest. The barley harvest, the future canola crop. Suddenly, we've got products everywhere. Not a bad problem to have. As the evening sun drops behind the cattle paddock, I wander through the dairy barn one last time. Calves are lying down peacefully. The cows are content. The milk is flowing. And for the first time in a long while, it feels like everything is starting to come together. October comes to an end with plenty to think about and even more to look forward to. The mornings are getting colder now. You can feel winter creeping in every time you step outside. The grass isn't growing as quickly anymore, the trees are losing their leaves, and the farm starts shifting into that part of the year where preparation becomes just as important as production.
Morning, boss. Already got the mower on and heading to field 3.
You're keen.
Or you're slow, one of the two.
What's the plan?
I'll get field 3 cut first, then head over to field 98 and get that done as well.
You happy handling all the grass work this time around?
Of course I am.
Good, because I've got another job.
What's that then?
We're finally making total mixed rations.
About time. Those cows have been waiting long enough.
Exactly.
Leave the mowing, rowing, and baling to me. I'll get everything sorted.
Perfect. Give me a shout if you need anything. The radio clicks off and I make my way down to the bale barn. This has been a long time coming. For years I've heard farmers talking about total mixed rations. Silage, hay, mineral feed. Everything blended together into one balanced feed source. Now we've finally got everything we need. The silage has finished fermenting. The hay barn is full. The mixer wagon is ready. The only problem is loading the bales. That means using the JCB. I stare at it for a few seconds. It's a great machine, nothing wrong with it. But then again, it isn't green. 10 minutes later, I'm driving down to Peacock and Bennington's. The JCB parked behind me, the spikes removed, and a very predictable idea forming in my head. Oxy is already smiling when I walk through the door.
Let me guess, JCB isn't quite your color?
Correct. I'm hoping you have something slightly more my style and color scheme?
Of course I do. Well, you're in luck. We've got a Claas Scorpion 1033 available.
How much?
135,000.
And the JCB?
I'll give you 82,000 for it.
Sounds good, thanks Oxy. Paperwork is signed, money changes hands, and before long I'm driving back to Yew Tree Farm in a Claas Scorpion. I have to admit, it looks fantastic. The same colors as the tractors, the same branding, everything matching. It's completely unnecessary, but I love it. Back at the farm, Freddie's already finished mowing field 98 and is working through the baling. Meanwhile, I get to work with the mixer wagon. The new telehandler makes life easy. 2 silage bales, 2 hay bales, everything loaded into the mixer. The machine starts churning away. A few minutes later, we've got almost 12,000 liters of total mixed rations ready to go. The first load goes to the younger beef cattle. The second goes to the dairy herd. Then another load, and another. By lunchtime, the cows are tucked into their new feed like they've been waiting years for it. Maybe they have.
Baling's finished.
How many did we get?
Enough to keep me busy for the rest of the day.
Sounds about right.
These new silage fields worked out well.
They did. How's the pickup going?
Almost done with field 3. I'll have everything stacked in the barn before dark.
Perfect. Thanks, Freddie. The rest of the afternoon passes quietly. I keep mixing feed. Freddie keeps collecting bales. The farm settles into a rhythm. The sort of rhythm we've been trying to build for years. Efficient, simple, sustainable. As the sun begins to disappear behind the hills, the hard work of the year is behind us. And with grain, milk, and cattle all waiting to be sold over the coming months, there's plenty to look forward to as we head into December. The valley feels completely different now. The fields are quiet, the trees are bare. Most mornings there's a layer of frost sitting across the grass and the roofs of the sheds, and today is no different. I'm sitting inside with the fire going, finishing off some paperwork before heading outside. The government schemes are all sorted for another year. We've signed up for the no mowing during spring scheme again. The natural grazing scheme is continuing. And we've also got the natural fertilizer scheme running, which should work nicely with all the manure and slurry we're producing now. For once, the paperwork is actually ahead of schedule. That's a rare event. With that out of the way, I pull my coat on and head outside. The tractor fires into life, and before long, I've got the slurry tanker attached and backed up against the slurry pit. The dairy cows have been producing plenty of it. Might as well put it to good use. The tanker fills up quickly, and I grab the radio. Morning, Freddie. What are you up to?
Just getting the feed sorted for the cows. Going through the total mixed rations now.
Perfect. I'm heading out to the canola fields with the slurry tanker. Going to get some nutrients into them before winter really settles in.
Sounds good. The cows absolutely love that feed, by the way. Every time I put it out, they charge over like it's Christmas dinner.
That's a good sign. Hopefully it'll help the milk production too.
Everything's looking healthy from my end. I'll keep working through the feeding.
Nice one. Catch you later. One thing I really enjoy about organic farming is moments like this. Everything we're putting back into the ground comes directly from the farm. The cows produce the slurry feeds the crops feed the animals. Nothing wasted. No synthetic fertilizers, no artificial shortcuts. Just a cycle that keeps repeating itself year after year. By the time the first field is finished, I head back to refill and move on to the second. The canola is still tiny at this stage, but getting nutrients into the soil now will pay off later. Hey Oliver, how's things?
To be honest, not great.
Everything all right?
That's actually why I'm calling. I wanted to ask what happened with the hay deliveries.
The hay deliveries?
Yeah, ever since Pete passed away, they just stopped. At first, I figured you were busy. Then a few months passed. Then more months passed. I never heard anything. I had horses that still needed feeding.
Ah, Oliver, I'm really sorry. That's completely on me. Everything got so busy with Yew Tree Farm that it slipped through the cracks.
I figured as much, but a quick phone call would have been nice.
You're right, it would have. I've got plenty of hay available if you still need it. I can sort something out.
No, I've already made arrangements elsewhere.
Fair enough. Who'd you go with?
Callum, he's been supplying the hay. And while we're being honest, he's been supplying the wood chips too.
Right, I understand.
Nothing personal, Ethan. I just need reliability. If I order something, I need to know it's turning up.
That's completely fair. Sorry I let you down.
It is what it is. Anyway, I thought you should know. Take care of yourself.
I sit there for a moment in silence, the slurry tanker idling beside me. He's right. I dropped the ball. Not because I didn't care, just because I got distracted trying to manage 2 farms. Still, Callum now has one of my old customers. That's frustrating. And despite the call with Oliver, there's something else to look forward to. Christmas. For the first time in ages, Mum and Dad are flying over to spend it with us. They're finally going to see both farms. They're finally going to meet Rosie. And after the year we've had, that'll be nice. With that thought in mind, I head inside and leave December behind. The Christmas decorations are still up around the house. Freddie's been keeping the farms ticking over while we've all had a bit of downtime. This afternoon, we're all sat around the dining table after lunch while rain rattles against the windows outside.
I still can't get over how much has changed since we got here. We spent years hearing about this farm, and now you've somehow ended up with 2 of them. Every time we drove somewhere this week, there was another field or another building that apparently belongs to you.
Trust me, it feels just as strange for me sometimes. There are still mornings where I wake up and forget that Yew Tree Farm is mine now. Then I remember I've got 2 sets of animals to feed and 2 sets of problems to deal with.
I think what surprised me most was the size of the cattle operation. You always talked about getting into cows one day, but I wasn't expecting to arrive and find dairy cows, beef cattle, calves, and a milk tank all waiting for me.
Neither was I a year ago.
To be fair, he's done a really good job with them. When I first started coming out here, everything was still being figured out. Now the routines are in place, the feeding's sorted, and the animals are doing really well.
I noticed that when we walked through the dairy barn. Everything looked calm. You can usually tell when animals aren't being looked after, and these all seemed really settled.
That's usually a good sign. Happy animals make life a lot easier.
The milk side interests me. How much are you actually producing now?
More every month. It's still early days because the dairy herd only started producing recently, but it's growing steadily. The total mixed rations seem to be helping too.
I was impressed with that setup. You've come a long way from feeding sheep with a couple of grass bales and hoping for the best.
Let's not bring those days up.
I remember those days. You used to ring us asking whether a machine was supposed to make a certain noise, and neither of us had any idea.
He still does that.
I do not.
You absolutely do. Last month you called me because you thought one of the cows looked at you funny.
That is not what happened.
That sounds exactly like what happened.
Rosie, what made you decide to become a vet in the first place?
I've always loved animals. Growing up, every stray cat in the neighborhood somehow ended up in our house. It felt like the obvious career choice eventually.
Well, we're very glad you picked it. You've been incredibly patient with him.
Someone has to be.
Cheers.
I knew there was a reason I liked her.
I'm really glad we came. Photos and phone calls just don't do any of this justice.
Agreed. You've built something special here. Both farms, everything. And Pete would have been proud of what you've done with Yew Tree Farm.
Thanks, Dad. That means a lot.
You should be proud of yourself too. Most people would have been overwhelmed trying to manage all this.
Maybe. I still feel like I'm making it up as I go half the time.
That's farming. Nobody really knows what they're doing. Some are just better at pretending.
A few days later, I'm driving Mum and Dad back to the airport. It's been a fantastic visit. The first one they've ever made, and hopefully not the last. Back at the farms, Freddie's kept everything running smoothly while we've been enjoying ourselves. The cattle are fed, the milk is flowing, the sheep are happy. And now it's time to get back into the swing of things. Because before long, winter will be behind us, and another busy season will be waiting as we head into February. Winter is still hanging around, but you can feel it starting to lose its grip. The mornings are cold, the fields are wet, and there's still a bite in the air when I step outside. The crop is looking fantastic. Still a long way from harvest, but healthy, green, and growing exactly as I'd hoped. The pH levels are right where they need to be. The only thing that's slightly lacking is nitrogen. not terrible, just not quite where I'd like it. We already put slurry on these fields a few months ago, but I think another application of manure will help give them a boost before spring arrives. Freddie is busy with the cattle this month, keeping the total mixed rations production running and making sure everything stays fed and watered. So this job falls to me. I climb back into the tractor, hitch up the manure spreader, and head over to the manure heap. A few minutes later, the spreader is loaded with 16,500 liters, and we're ready to go. Out in the field, I lower the spreader and get to work. The GPS monitor lights up in front of me as I make each pass. The nitrogen values slowly climbing, yellow patches becoming greener. Not perfect, but noticeably better. That's one thing organic farming teaches you very quickly. You're rarely chasing perfection, you're chasing improvement. A synthetic fertilizer might push those numbers higher, but that's not why we're here. We're trying to build healthy soil and healthy crops that can sustain themselves year after year. By the time the first field is finished, the improvement is obvious. The nitrogen still isn't maxed out, but it's comfortably within a good range. Exactly what I was hoping for. I head back to refill the spreader and then move on to the second field. On the way through the yard, I pass Freddie feeding the beef cattle. He's busy unloading another batch of total mixed rations and gives me a quick wave as I drive past. A couple of hours later, the second field is finished too. The nitrogen has improved. The crop looks great. And that's another job ticked off the list. With the manure spreader parked away, I decide to check on the animals. The dairy barn is first. 40 cows, 40 calves, everyone healthy, everyone happy. The total mixed rations have made a huge difference, and the milk tank is steadily filling. We've now got around 20,000 liters stored up and waiting to be sold. The manure heaps are filling nicely. The slurry pit is producing everything we need for the fields. It's a nice system. The cows produce the fertilizer feeds the crops feed the cows. Round and round it goes. After that, I make a decision that's been waiting for months. It's finally time to sell the grain. The Claas carrot trailer gets hitched up, and I head over to the grain silo. First up is Pete's wheat. 48,000 liters that have been sitting there since before I inherited the farm. The prices are finally where I want them. I check the market app on my phone, and Oakbridge Mill is offering the best price. Perfect. The first trailer load heads down there straight away. I pull onto the weighbridge, unload the grain, and collect 11,800 pounds. Not bad. Then I do it again, and again, and again. By the time the final load of wheat leaves the farm, the bank account has climbed all the way to 260,000 pounds. A great result. Then comes the big one, the barley harvest. 154,000 liters. Trailer after trailer heads down to Oakbridge Mill, each run bringing in roughly 12,000 pounds. It's repetitive work. Load, drive, unload, repeat. Eventually, I return from the final run, the trailer empty, the grain silo empty, and the account balance sitting at an incredible 347,000 pounds. I stand there for a moment, just looking at the empty silo. Months of work finally turned into money. Not a bad feeling. The trailer gets parked away, the tractor goes back into the workshop, and with the sun beginning to disappear behind the hills, I head inside. A productive month. The crops are thriving, the animals are thriving, and the bank account is looking healthier than ever as we leave February behind and move into March. The first signs of spring are finally appearing across the valley. The days are getting longer, the temperatures are climbing, and everywhere I look, things are starting to wake up again after winter. Woodland Hill Farm is ticking along nicely these days. The sheep are doing brilliantly. Rosie continues checking in on them whenever needed, and Freddie has pretty much become the unofficial manager of the place while living over there. The forestry operation is running smoothly. The allotment deliveries are still heading down to Diane every week. The sawmill is producing planks. The firewood business keeps generating steady income. For the first time in years, that farm almost runs itself. Meanwhile, I'm over at Yew Tree Farm getting started on the day's jobs. Freddie has already radioed through saying he's busy over at Woodland Hill, so today, I'm handling the cattle feeding. I hitch up the mixer wagon and grab the radio. Morning, Freddie. How's things over there?
Busy as ever. Sheep are all good. I've got some trees down from yesterday to process, a stack of planks waiting to go out, and the delivery driver is coming later for the allotment produce.
Sounds like you've got enough to keep you occupied.
Trust me, I do. What about you?
I'm making total mixed rations all day.
Living the dream then?
Something like that. Actually been thinking about upgrading the mixer wagon.
That old thing finally getting too small?
We've reached the point where I'm doing multiple loads every time. A bigger wagon would save a lot of time.
Makes sense. Though knowing you, you're already looking at spending money elsewhere too.
Maybe. I've also been looking at combines.
Here we go.
The Fendt has been great, but Claas have been talking to us about a deal.
Of course they have.
There's a Lexion 6900 for around 400,000 pounds.
Only 400,000? Bargain.
They'd throw in the header for free.
Now that's actually a decent deal.
Exactly what I thought.
Well, don't spend all the money before harvest.
No promises.
I knew that was coming.
I spend the next few hours mixing feed and delivering total mixed rations around the farm. The cattle absolutely love the stuff. Every load disappears almost immediately. By lunchtime, I decide to walk through the barns and check how everyone's doing. The beef herd looks fantastic. The younger animals are growing well, and the older breeding cows are progressing through reproduction exactly as planned. Once the next round of calves arrives, another group will be ready for sale. That'll bring in a healthy amount of money. The dairy herd is next. 40 calves, 40 mature cows, and milk production continues climbing every single month. 23,000 liters are sitting in storage now, enough that I've finally organized our first major collection. As if on cue, a tanker arrives at the farm entrance. The driver climbs out, checks a few details with me, and before long, the milk is being pumped into the tanker. I stand there watching. It's a strange moment. For years I've talked about getting into dairy farming. Now it's actually happening. The tanker eventually pulls away and heads down the road towards the dairy. A couple of hours later, I check the bank account. Before the collection, we had roughly 366,000 pounds. Now we're sitting just over 381,000 pounds. 15,000 pounds from one milk collection. Not bad at all. As the day comes to an end, I take one last walk around the farm. The cattle are fed, the crops are growing, the milk is selling, and plans for bigger machinery are already starting to form in my head. Spring has arrived. Things are moving in the right direction, and if the rest of the year goes as well as these last few months, year 7 could end up being one of our best yet as we head into April. The valley is finally starting to wake up properly after winter. The mornings are brighter, the temperatures are climbing. This month starts with one of my favorite jobs. Not because it's particularly exciting, quite the opposite actually. It's one of those jobs that quietly earns money in the background without much effort. Wool and fabric selling season. I climb into the tractor and hook up the flatbed trailer. Freddie is already out feeding cattle and checking water troughs, keeping everything ticking over like he always does. So I leave him to it and head off towards Woodland Hill Farm. Pulling into the yard, I start with the spinnery. The fabric pallet is sitting outside waiting for collection. That gets loaded onto the trailer first. From there, I head around towards the sheep pasture. The gate swings open and I drive into the field. The sheep barely pay any attention to me now. They're too busy grazing. The first wool collection area contains 4 pallets ready to go. The second collection point has another 7. One by one, I load everything onto the trailer until it's stacked full. Once everything is strapped down, I close the gate and head towards town. The farmer's market is busy when I arrive. I check the prices before unloading. Wool is selling for around 1,200 pounds a pallet. Fabric is having an excellent month too, sitting around 6,000 pounds. That's enough to put a smile on my face. A little while later, the trailer is empty and the money is in the account. Just over 33,000 pounds from one trip. Our balance jumps from 391,000 pounds to 424,000 pounds. That's a fantastic return from something we were originally doing as a side project. Driving back through the valley with an empty trailer feels a lot lighter than driving down with a full one. Back at Yew Tree Farm, Freddie is still working through the cattle feeding. The dairy herd has become surprisingly demanding since switching over to total mixed rations. They absolutely love the stuff. I drop the trailer off and decide to spend the rest of the afternoon checking on things around the farm. The younger beef cattle are looking fantastic. They're putting on weight steadily and seem healthier than ever. Plenty of feed, plenty of bedding, plenty of space. Exactly what we want. From there, I head out towards the canola fields. The crop is progressing nicely. The nitrogen levels are still holding up from the manure and slurry applications. The pH levels are stable. Nothing really needs doing right now except waiting, which is sometimes the hardest part of farming. The temptation is always there to do something. With the tractor parked away and the animals sorted, I head inside and leave April behind as we move into May. This month begins with Freddie doing exactly what Freddie does best, keeping both farms running. The sheep are fed, the cattle are fed, and somehow he manages to keep on top of all of it. Meanwhile, I've got a much more exciting job planned. Today is Combine Day. I've been waiting for this moment for months. The old Fendt Combine has served us well. It's harvested crops, made us money, helped us grow. But now it's time for an upgrade. A very big upgrade. The header gets loaded onto its trailer, the combine fires into life, and before long, I'm crawling my way down the road towards Peacock and Binnington's. People definitely notice when a combine drives through town, especially one this size. Eventually, I arrive and pull into the yard around the back. The Fendt is parked in the maintenance area, and I make my way inside to find Oxy.
Let me guess, you've come to spend money.
Technically, I'm here to make money first.
That sounds dangerous. What are we selling?
The Fendt Combine, the header, the trailer, the whole lot.
Big day then. Let's have a look. 15,000 for the header, 38,000 for the combine, 5,000 for the trailer.
Not bad.
It's here. Arrived last weekend, straight from Claas. Been sitting outside making me jealous ever since.
Wow, it's somehow even bigger than I imagined. Claas agreed to provide the header as part of the deal. A header worth 136,000 pounds, completely included.
You've done all right there. Most farmers would kill for a deal like that.
I'm still struggling to believe it.
Sticking with one brand seems to have paid off.
Apparently so. A few signatures later, the combine is officially ours. The bank account drops to around 104,000 pounds. A lot of money. But for a machine like this, it's worth it. I climb into the cab and start it up. The engine roars into life, the screens light up, and suddenly I'm sitting in the biggest machine I've ever owned. The drive home feels surreal. Every passing mile makes me grin more. By the time I arrive back at Yew Tree Farm, Freddie is standing outside waiting. Even from a distance, I can see him shaking his head. Later that evening, I'm back inside the house when Rosie arrives. She spots the combine almost immediately through the kitchen window. Did you see it?
I did. Congratulations. That's not a combine. That's a spaceship.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Please tell me you didn't spend all your money again.
Technically, most of it.
Ethan.
In my defense, the header was free.
You sound far too proud of that.
I am proud of that.
You know, most people get excited about holidays. You get excited about harvesting equipment.
You've met me. You know exactly what you're signing up for. And as the evening comes to an end, I take one final look out the window. The new Claas combine sitting proudly in the yard, ready for harvest, ready for year 8, and ready for whatever comes next as we head into June. The fields are glowing yellow now. Everywhere I look, there's canola flowers stretching across the landscape, bright enough to spot from halfway across the valley. It's one of those crops that tells you exactly how close harvest season is getting. The combine is ready, the trailers are ready, the storage is ready. Now all we need is time. I head outside early and make my way towards the dairy barn first. The cows are becoming a bigger part of the business every month, and I still find myself checking on them before anything else. Inside the dairy shed, everything looks exactly how I'd hoped. The younger Jerseys are now 14 months old and growing nicely. The older cows are 26 months old and moving steadily through reproduction again. From there, I head around to the beef paddock. This is where today's real job begins. The herd has exploded in size. There's cattle everywhere. The latest calves are looking fantastic and running around the paddock without a care in the world. The older Herefords have done exactly what we wanted them to do. They've produced calves, they've generated income, and now it's time for them to move on. The trailer gets hitched up and backed carefully against the loading area. 6 cows at a time, that's the limit. The first group loads without too much trouble. A short drive later, and we're rolling into the livestock market. The first load sells for just over 14,000 pounds. Not bad at all. I head back and do it again, and again, and again. Before long, the routine takes over. Load, drive, sell, repeat. Hours pass. Eventually, unloading the final trailer. The bank account has climbed steadily throughout the day. By the time the last cattle are unloaded at the market, we're sitting around 186,000 pounds. Not life-changing money, but a very healthy return from cattle that have already given us calves and done their job. That's how I like farming, getting value from every stage of the process, rather than chasing quick profits. The drive back home is quiet. The trailer rattles along behind me empty for the final time. Back at Yew Tree Farm, I unhook it and leave it parked near the yard. The herd is still strong. We've reduced numbers slightly, but we've also got a whole generation coming through behind them. Future income is already walking around that field. The dairy cows are happy. The calves are healthy. The beef cattle are grazing away peacefully. Everything feels balanced. For the first time in quite a while, there isn't a major machine purchase hanging over my head. No big field projects. No huge expansion plans. Just steady farming. And after everything that's happened over the last few years, that's actually quite nice. The canola fields glow gold in the distance. Harvest is nearly here. The new combine is waiting. And next month, we'll finally get to see what this crop can do. With that thought in mind, I head inside and call it a day as June comes to an end. The smell of freshly cut grass has returned to the valley. That's always a sign that summer is moving along quickly and another season is nearly behind us. I start the morning inside the bale barn, checking stock levels. After last year's work, we're sitting on a healthy reserve. 39 straw bales, 34 silage bales, 20 hay bales. Looking at those numbers, the decision is pretty straightforward. This cut is going to become silage. We'll top up our stocks now and focus on hay later in the year. The mowers are already attached when I climb into the tractor.
Morning, boss. I've got the windrow hooked up already. Just give me a bit of space and I'll follow behind you.
Perfect. I'll get the grass down first, and then once we're finished mowing, I'll swap over to the baler. If you can row everything up and then collect the bales afterwards, we should get through both fields without too much trouble.
Sounds good to me. Nice to be back doing something other than feeding cows.
Trust me, the cows missed you.
The cows can survive without me. You can't.
A few minutes later, the mower drops into field 98 and the first passes begin. Grass falls neatly behind the machine. Another season, another cut, another reminder of how much this place has changed. While working through the field, I find myself thinking about everything we've built. 2 farms, a growing cattle operation, the sheep enterprise, forestry, milk production, a full-time employee, a Claas partnership. None of it existed when this journey started. By the time Field 98 is finished, Freddie is already behind me, laying down perfect rows. I head straight over to Field 3 and start again. The second field takes most of the afternoon. Freddie eventually catches up and begins working through the fresh grass while I finish the final passes. Once the mowing is complete, I head back to the farm, park the mower away, and swap over to the baler. The rest of the month becomes a rhythm. Baling, transporting, collecting, stacking. Everywhere I look, there are silage bales appearing. While I'm working through Field 98, my phone suddenly rings.
Good afternoon, Ethan. Have you got a few minutes?
Of course. Is everything all right?
Nothing urgent, although there is something I'd like to discuss with you in person.
That sounds concerning.
I wouldn't describe it as concerning, more administrative. We've received a complaint regarding activities at Woodland Hill Farm. As estate managers, we're required to investigate any formal concerns that are submitted.
A complaint? About what exactly?
I'd rather discuss the details on site once I've reviewed everything myself.
Does this have anything to do with Callum Draper?
As I said, I'd rather discuss specifics in person. However, Mr. Draper is the individual who submitted the complaint, yes.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm not making any accusations, Ethan. This is simply a compliance inspection. You've always been cooperative with the estate, and I'd like to keep it that way.
You've got nothing to worry about from me. Come and have a look around whenever you like.
Good. I'll be there in a few days. There'll be another representative attending with me as well. We'll see you then.
Okay, thanks. See you then. For a few moments, I just sit there staring at the phone. Callum again. Every time things seem to settle down, he somehow finds a way back into the story. I spend the next hour replaying the conversation in my head while bailing continues around me. Eventually, the work wins my attention back. The fields are finished. The bales are collected. The silage is stacked away safely. Just as we're wrapping up, another call comes through. This time, it's Oxy.
Ethan, I've got something sitting in the yard that I think you'll want to see.
That usually costs me money.
This time it might save you money. Local farmer traded in a Claas liner 4900. 59% off, 40 grand. I thought I'd ring you before someone else bought it.
You're joking.
Wish I was. Get down here quickly.
Okay, thanks, Oxy. On my way. Within the hour, I've traded in the old windrower, collected the new Claas machine, and headed home again. The timing couldn't have been better. We'd literally finished using the old one days earlier. As evening arrives, I leave the new windrower in the yard and jump into the pickup. It's time to meet Eleanor. Woodland Hill Farm appears over the hill ahead. As I pull into the yard, something immediately feels wrong. There's a red pickup parked beside the barn. Callum's pickup. Then I spot two more vehicles. A black SUV, a black estate car. Estate vehicles. I shut the engine off. The yard suddenly feels very quiet. Whatever this meeting is about, it's clearly bigger than I thought.
Ethan, thank you for coming over. I know this was short notice. I'll get straight to the point. We've received a formal complaint regarding the use of Woodland Hill Farm and several estate-managed assets connected to the tenancy agreement.
Right. That's a bit of a surprise. What's the complaint?
The complaint is that you're running commercial operations all over the place that weren't part of the original agreement. Firewood sales, timber processing, fabric production, deliveries. Half the valley thinks you've turned the place into an industrial estate.
Half the valley, or just you?
I'm not the one renting an estate farm and using it for things it wasn't intended for.
Callum?
I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking.
No, you're saying what you're thinking. The sheep are still here, the land's maintained, the buildings are maintained, the woodland is managed. Nothing has been neglected.
That doesn't mean you're following the agreement.
Which is exactly why we're here today. We investigated the complaint, we've reviewed the tenancy, the estate records, financial reports that you've provided over the years, and we've completed a site inspection.
And?
And we've found no breach of the agreement.
What?
The woodland management falls within the permitted use of the holding. The sheep operation remains active. The fabric production originates from wool produced on the holding itself. The firewood operation uses timber harvested under the estate's approved woodland management plan.
That's ridiculous.
It's compliant.
He's making money hand over fist from this place.
Success is not a breach of contract.
That's a good line. I might frame that one.
This isn't over.
Actually, as far as the complaint is concerned, it is.
So that's it then? Nothing happens?
Correct.
Unbelievable.
You could always spend more time working your own farm and less time worrying about mine.
Careful, Ethan.
Why? Everything I've built here has been done by the book.
We'll see how long that lasts.
I think we're finished here.
Fine. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Sorry about that. I had hoped the meeting would be a little more professional.
To be fair, that's about as professional as Callum gets.
You've certainly made an impression on the valley.
I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
From the estate's perspective, it's a very good thing.
How so?
The sheep enterprise is thriving. The woodland is productive, the buildings are maintained, the tenancy payments arrive on time every year.
That £40,000 payment still hurts every August.
I imagine it does.
But it's worth it.
That's good to hear, because that's actually why I wanted to speak to you privately.
Go on.
The estate board recently reviewed several of its tenancy agreements. Woodland Hill was one of them.
And?
We'd like to offer you an extension.
Really?
3 years.
3?
3 years. Same terms, same annual payment. Woodland Hill Farm, the woodland blocks, the associated grazing rights, and Field 3 remain included exactly as they are today.
That's more than fair.
We believe stability benefits both parties. You've invested a great deal into the holding, and we'd rather see that continue than start over with someone new.
That takes a huge weight off my shoulders.
I thought it might.
So we're locked in for another 3 years.
Correct.
Well, that's the easiest business decision I've made all year.
Then I'll have the paperwork sent over next week.
Thank you, Eleanor. Really.
You're welcome. Keep doing what you're doing. The estate is very happy with the way you've managed Woodland Hill.
I will.
And Ethan?
Yeah?
Try not to let Callum distract you.
I've got 2 farms, 100 jobs, and a mountain of machinery. Trust me, I don't have time to worry about Callum.
Well then, 3 more years. Let's get back to work.
Another year begins. It still feels strange saying that. 7 years ago, I was sleeping in a caravan, wondering how I was going to pay for fuel. Now I'm standing in a farmyard looking at 2 farms, a full team of livestock, more machinery than I ever thought I'd own, and somehow still finding new things to worry about. The biggest one right now is sitting directly in front of me, the canola. After nearly a year growing in these fields, it's finally ready. The bright yellow flowers disappeared weeks ago, and now both fields have turned into that familiar golden brown color that means harvest time has arrived. And for the first time with this crop, we've got the right machine for the job.
Morning, boss. Already got the carrot trailer hooked up. I'll head straight over to the first field and wait for you there.
Morning, Freddie. Sounds good. Hopefully this stuff yields half as well as everyone keeps telling me it should.
If it doesn't, we'll just blame the weather.
That's usually what farmers do.
Exactly. Can't go breaking tradition now.
I'll see you over there. The first rows disappear beneath the machine. Canola starts pouring into the tank almost immediately. And just like that, we're underway. For the next few hours, the 2 of us settle into a rhythm. Freddie appears alongside the combine whenever the grain tank starts getting full. I unload into the trailer, he heads back to the farm, returns, then does it all again. Meanwhile, I just keep cutting, pass after pass, lap after lap, watching nearly a year's worth of work disappear beneath the header. It's funny, really. When you're planting something, it feels like harvest is forever away. Then one day you're sitting in a combine wondering where the year went. The first field eventually disappears behind us, then the second. The new Claas absolutely flies through it. By late afternoon, we're making the final passes. The tank fills one last time. Freddie pulls alongside. I unload the last of the crop into the trailer, then lift the header clear of the ground. Done. The canola harvest is officially finished.
That combine makes the old Fent look like a garden toy.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Worth every penny.
Don't remind me how many pennies it cost.
Fair point.
The combine gets washed. The header comes off. Everything gets parked away properly. Before heading inside, I wander over to the grain silo to see how we actually did. The display flashes up the final figure. 89,000 liters, almost 90,000 liters. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. That'll sit nicely until winter. No point rushing to sell it. The prices will only get better. A used machinery listing. Normally I'd ignore it, but this one immediately grabs my attention. A Claas Zerion saddle tank slurry system. 72% off, 40,000 pounds. I stare at the screen for a few seconds, then laugh. Because of course it's Claas. Every time I think I've finished buying machinery, another green machine appears out of nowhere. A little while later, I'm standing at Peacock and Bennington's looking at the tanker in person. It's enormous, far bigger than anything we currently own. Parked beside it is a brochure showing the machine it was designed for. The Claas Zerion 4200 saddle track, the absolute monster of the Claas range. The sort of machine you buy when you've completely lost control of your spending habits. I probably shouldn't even be looking at it, yet here I am. The tanker gets purchased before I can talk myself out of it. For now, it'll stay parked at the dealership, waiting. And as I stand there looking at it, I can't help thinking the same thing. One day, that machine is coming home. But not today. Today, we've got a successful harvest behind us. 90,000 liters of canola in storage. One more year underway, and plenty still to do. The combine is parked away. The canola is in storage. And now, it's time to start thinking about next year's harvest. This farm never really stops. One job finishes, and another one immediately takes its place. I step outside with a coffee in hand and spot Freddie already halfway across the first field. The cultivator is in the ground, and dust is already rolling up behind him. No messing around. He's clearly been busy before I've even got out of bed.
Morning. First field's nearly done already. Ground's working up nicely. I'll head straight over to the second one once I've finished here.
You're making me look lazy.
Someone's got to.
Keep that up, and you'll be back cleaning sheep pens.
Worth the risk.
I leave Freddie to it and head back across the yard. Before we get planting underway, I want to check on the livestock. The beef cattle are first. The main pasture is looking fantastic. The grass is still holding up well, and the herd has grown again. The 3-month-old calves are running around without a care in the world. The 14-month-olds are filling out nicely, and the older cows are getting very close now. 43 months old, heavy in calf, looking like they'll start dropping calves at any moment, which is exactly what we want. The numbers are growing, the herd is growing, and most importantly, the farm account is growing with it. I lean on the fence for a minute watching them before heading through to the dairy barn. The Jerseys are doing exactly what Jerseys do best. Eating, producing milk, making more calves. The younger animals are looking healthy, the older cows are producing well. The whole system is finally starting to feel established. A couple of years ago, I was wondering whether cattle farming was even the right decision. Now, I couldn't imagine this farm without them. With the checks finished and hitch up the livestock trailer, we've got a small job to do before the planting starts. The youngest calves need moving. The indoor barn still has plenty of spare capacity, and I'd rather free up some room before all the new calves arrive. A little while later, the 21 calves are settled into their new pen. More space for them, more space for the mothers. Everyone wins.
First field's done. Looks good. I'll start the second one now.
Perfect. I'll get the seeder loaded and get started.
Barley again?
Barley again. It worked last time.
Fair enough. Hard to argue with that.
I head back across the yard and load the seeder with barley seed. 4,000 liters, ready to go. The first cultivated field stretches out ahead of me as I lower the drill into the soil and start planting. There's something satisfying about seeding. Harvest feels exciting because that's when the money arrives. But seeding feels important. This is the point where the next year actually begins. Everything that happens from now on depends on getting these crops established properly. Pass after pass, the field slowly disappears behind me, fresh rows of barley stretching across the landscape. Eventually, the final run is finished. The drill folds up, and by now, Freddie has completed the second field. So we swap over. He heads off to wash machinery and check on things around Woodland Hill Farm. I move across to the second field and start all over again. The afternoon drifts by. Barley seed disappears. The field fills up, and before long, The final pass is complete. I stop the tractor and climb down for a better look. Freshly planted barley, ready for another year. The pH values aren't fantastic. The nitrogen levels aren't much better. We're definitely going to have some work to do over the coming months. A bit of slurry, a bit of manure, possibly some lime. Nothing unusual, just part of the process. I fold the drill up and head back to the yard. The seeder gets parked away, the tractor gets cleaned down, and with the light starting to fade, I finally call it a day. Standing beside the field for a moment, I look back across the rows we've planted today. The canola harvest is behind us, the barley is in the ground, and another cycle begins all over again, exactly how I like it. One of the biggest advantages of running cattle is that eventually they start paying you back. For the last few years, we've been feeding them, bedding them, looking after them, and waiting. Now it's finally time for a few of them to earn their keep. The older Hereford cows have done exactly what we wanted them to do. They've produced healthy calves. They've helped grow the herd, and now they're ready to move on. I pulled a pickup alongside the livestock trailer and hitch it up. The sky is gray overhead. The mornings are definitely getting colder now. Winter isn't far away. A few minutes later, I'm backing up to the pasture gate. The first 6 cows walk into the trailer surprisingly easily, almost like they know what's happening. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Either way, once they're loaded, I secure everything and begin the drive towards the livestock market. Selling livestock never really becomes routine. You spend years looking after these animals. You know exactly where they came from. You watched them grow. But farming has always been about balancing sentiment with reality. And the reality is, these cows have done their job. Now it's time for the next generation to take their place. The first 6 cows are sold. 13,400 pounds. Not a bad start. I check the balance on my phone and smile. That's a decent morning's work. Then it's straight back to the farm to do it all again. The second trip goes much the same. Load up, drive into town, unload. Complete the paperwork. Another 11,000 pounds added to the account. By the time I pull out of the market for the final time, we've cleared the older cows out, created space for the younger animals coming through, and pushed the farm account up to around 170,000 pounds. Exactly where I wanted it. The cattle are sorted, the calves are thriving. And for once, there isn't another job immediately waiting for me, which is fortunate, because today, there's somebody else I'd rather see. I wander across the yard and into the dairy barn.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
I've been busy making money.
That's your excuse every time.
It's a good excuse.
Not really. I've been here nearly 2 hours already.
Then you've had 2 peaceful hours.
That part's true.
Everything looking all right?
Everything looks great, actually. The jerseys are healthy, body condition scores are good, calves are growing exactly how I'd expect, and the feeding program you've got going now is working really well.
The total mixed rations seem to have changed everything.
They have. You can tell immediately.
Good. Considering how much machinery I bought to make it happen, I'd have been disappointed otherwise.
You mean the machinery addiction continues?
It's not an addiction.
Ethan.
All right, maybe a small addiction.
At least you're honest about it now. You know, you've built something pretty impressive.
Sometimes I forget that.
You shouldn't. I remember seeing this place not long after you took it over. It doesn't even feel like the same farm anymore.
There's still a lot I want to do.
There always will be. That's why you'll never stop.
You're probably right.
Don't say probably.
Sorry. The cattle sale went well, the farm account is healthy, the herd is growing, and for the first time in a while, things feel settled, which usually means something interesting is just around the corner. But that's a problem for another month. For now, October comes to an end. Winter is definitely on its way. Before we do anything else this month, I head down to the bale barn to see exactly where we stand. The numbers tell the story pretty quickly. We've still got around 32 straw bales, more than enough. We've got over 80 silage bales, again, plenty. But when I look over at the haystack, my heart sinks slightly. Just 4 hay bales left. That's it. Which means the decision makes itself. We're making hay. I pull the radio from the dashboard. Morning, Freddie. Just check the bale barn. We're down to 4 hay bales.
That's not ideal.
No, silage is fine, straw's fine, hay isn't.
Well, that's settled then. I'll keep mowing.
Hay all the way.
Already halfway through field 3. I'll get field 98 started once this one's finished.
Perfect. I'll bring the tedder out.
Sounds good. Let's get this sorted before winter arrives properly.
The radio falls silent. A few minutes later, I'm heading down the lane with the tedder behind me. Field 3 is already lying neatly cut. Freddie's done a great job. I lower the tedder and get to work. Back and forth, row after row, watching the fresh grass spread out behind me. It's funny how much easier farming becomes when you've got good people around you. A few years ago, I'd have been doing all of this myself. The mowing, the tedding, the rowing, the baling, the collecting, every single job. Now, Freddie and I work almost without needing to discuss it. Everyone knows where they need to be. Everyone knows what needs doing. And the farm runs far more efficiently because of it. By midday, field 3 is finished. I head across to the next field. The afternoon passes in a blur of grass, machinery, and diesel. Eventually, the radio crackles again.
Field 98's all rowed up. Looking good over here.
Perfect timing.
You bringing the baler out?
That's the plan.
Good. I'd quite like some hay this winter.
The cows might beat you to it.
Worth asking.
By late afternoon, the final bale drops out of the machine. The fields are finished. Freddie is already collecting them and stacking them away safely inside the barn. I park the baler up for the evening and take one final look across the fields. The grass season is over. The hay barn is full again, and another month is done. Winter has finally settled across the valley. The trees are bare, the mornings are darker, and there's a thin frost sitting across most of the fields when I step outside. It feels like everything has slowed down, at least until I look across the yard and spot Freddie already working. The mixer wagon is moving between the barns. The cows are lining up for breakfast, and despite the cold, everything is ticking along exactly as it should. I make my way down to the hay barn first. One of the advantages of having so many animals now is that we're producing most of what we need ourselves. The downside is they eat through it at an unbelievable rate. I pull out a couple of hay bales, a few silage bales, a straw bale, leave them ready for Freddie to load up. Once that's sorted, I head back across the yard. Today's main job is finally selling the canola harvest. 90,000 liters has been sitting in storage since August, waiting for the right price. That time has arrived. The Claas carrot trailer is already waiting. I pull alongside the silo, open the auger, and start filling. It's always satisfying seeing grain leave the silo. Harvesting is one thing, actually getting paid for it is another. The first load fills quickly, 22,500 liters. I climb back into the tractor and begin the drive towards the oil mill. The roads are quiet. Most farmers are staying indoors this time of year. Meanwhile, I'm hauling the equivalent of a small fortune behind me. The oil mill comes into view. I pull onto the weighbridge, unload, and watch the numbers appear on the screen. 24,500 pounds. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. The money lands in the account. I turn around, head back to the farm, and do it all over again. Load after load, trip after trip. The process repeats throughout the month. Each time, the trailer leaves a little lighter. Each time, the bank account grows a little larger. By the time the final load is delivered, the silo is completely empty. Every last liter gone. The final payment arrives shortly afterwards. I check the account. 320,000 pounds. The biggest balance this farm has ever had. I head back towards the house. Christmas is only a few weeks away. For once, the bills are paid. The animals are fed, the sheds are full, and things are looking pretty good. Not a bad way to finish the year. The snow has finally settled across the valley. The fields are white, the roads are quiet, and for the first time in what feels like forever, things have slowed down a little. Freddie's been keeping on top of the animals while the weather's been rough. So today, sitting by the fire while the snow falls outside, there's something we've been meaning to talk about for a while. You know, I was thinking about something this morning while I was looking around the house.
That sounds dangerous already. What were you thinking about?
Nothing too dramatic. I was just looking around and realized you've basically moved in already, without either of us actually saying it out loud.
Have I?
Rosie, you've got clothes in the wardrobe, boots by the front door, shampoo in the bathroom, mugs in the kitchen, and somehow you've claimed most of the sofa.
Well, somebody had to make this place look presentable.
I suppose that's true.
What's brought this on?
I don't know. Maybe seeing how settled everything feels lately. Maybe just realizing we're spending more time together than apart now.
We are.
So I guess I'm wondering why we're still pretending you don't live here.
Is that your incredibly romantic way of asking me to move in?
Apparently it is.
Good thing I like you.
So?
So, yes.
Just yes?
Did you want a formal contract?
Given how much paperwork I do these days, maybe.
Ethan, I'd love to move in properly. I've wanted to for a while now. I just didn't want to assume.
Really?
Of course. Most evenings I'm already here. Half my weekends are here. My job takes me all over the valley anyway. This place already feels like home.
That's good to hear.
What about you? Are you sure?
Rosie, when I got this house, I thought it'd take years before I shared it with somebody. Back then I was living in a caravan wondering how I was going to pay next month's rent. Now we've got 2 farms, a business that's actually working, and someone I genuinely enjoy spending every day with.
That's a much better answer than I was expecting.
Good.
We'll need to move some things across from my place.
Some things?
Okay, quite a lot of things.
That's what I thought.
You know what I'm most excited about?
Go on.
Not having to drive home late every evening, especially in weather like this.
That's fair.
And being closer to the farms means I can keep a better eye on all the animals too. The sheep over at Woodland Hill have become a full-time job on their own.
They've done all right, though.
They have. Every time I go over there, there's more lambs running around than I remember.
It's become a pretty good setup.
You've built something special here, Ethan.
You know, when I started all this, moving into a caravan with almost nothing, I never pictured this.
What did you picture?
Surviving.
Well, you've definitely managed that.
Yeah, I think I have.
And we're only getting started.
That's the exciting part.
Exactly.
The rest of the month passes quietly. Between snow showers and cold evenings, we spend our time moving the last of Rosie's things across and getting settled properly. Freddie keeps both farms ticking along in the background, making sure the cattle, sheep, and dairy herds stay fed while the weather does its best to keep everyone indoors. By the time the month comes to an end, Rosie's officially moved in. The house feels fuller than ever, and for the first time in a long while, things feel settled. The snow's starting to disappear now. The days are slowly getting longer, and before long, it'll be time to get back out into the fields. But for now, we're going to enjoy the quiet while it lasts, as January comes to an end and we head into February. The snow has finally disappeared from the valley, and, for the first time in weeks, it feels like spring might actually be on its way. The fields are still damp underfoot, but the days are getting longer, and there's work to be done again. Rosie is settling into the house really well now. Freddie's back into his usual routine between both farms, and things are ticking along nicely. First thing this month, I head outside with a coffee and spot Freddie already halfway across one of the fields with the manure spreader. The man's impossible to beat to work.
Morning, boss. Thought I'd get a head start on these barley fields before you found another expensive machine to buy.
Very funny. How's it looking?
Not bad at all. Manure's spreading nicely. Nitrogen needed a boost, so this should help plenty. I'll get both barley fields done today if the weather stays like this.
Sounds good. I was planning on getting the slurry done as well, so between us, we should get these fields looking pretty healthy.
Just don't come back with another Claas machine before lunchtime.
No promises.
I knew it.
For months now, I've had that slurry tanker sitting down there waiting. The Zerion Saddle Track, the machine I've wanted ever since I first saw it. I spoke with Claas recently, and after all the machinery we've bought from them over the years, they've agreed to include the Multi-4 XL applicator system completely free if I purchase the tractor unit itself. That's over 100,000 pounds worth of equipment included in the deal. It's tempting, very tempting. The problem is, the Zerion itself still costs 405,000 pounds. Even with the milk money coming in, that's serious money. Before making any decisions, I decide to get the latest milk collection sorted. The dairy tanker arrives mid-morning and pulls into the yard beside the dairy barn. We currently have just over 50,000 liters of milk waiting. I stand watching as the tanker fills up and then disappears down the lane towards the dairy. 374,000 pounds. Now we're talking. With the numbers finally looking a little healthier, I decide to go for it. I hitch up the existing slurry tanker and head down to Peacock and Bennington's. Oxy's still away, so there's nobody around except a couple of mechanics working in the workshop. I reverse the old tanker into the trade-in bay and start working through the paperwork myself. The tanker sells for 78,000 pounds. That pushes the account balance up to 453,000 pounds. Enough. A few signatures later, and it's done. The Claas Zerion 4200 saddle track is officially mine. Even after everything we've bought over the years, climbing into this thing feels different. It's enormous. The cab feels more like a lorry than a tractor. Screens everywhere, visibility for days. I hitch up the slurry tanker waiting nearby, and then connect the Multi-4 XL applicator. The whole setup looks ridiculous, in the best possible way. Then I head back towards Yew Tree Farm. Once home, I pull alongside the slurry pit and fill the tanker with 30,000 liters. Then it's time to finally see what this machine can do. Field 3 is first. I lower the applicator arms. They unfold wider and wider until they seem to stretch across half the field. Then I start moving. Within minutes, slurry is being applied across huge sections of the grassland. The coverage is incredible. 3 or 4 passes, and most of the field is already done. By the time I finish the first field, I've still got plenty left in the tank. Meanwhile, Freddie continues working through the barley fields with the manure spreader. The two of us spend most of the month leapfrogging across the farm, improving nitrogen levels, and getting everything ready for another growing season. By the end of the month, every field has received what it needs. The barley is looking healthier already. The grass fields are ready for spring, and the new Zerion has proven itself from day one. As the sun begins setting, I park the saddle track beside the combine shed and climb down one final time. The Claas collection is growing again. The fields are in good shape, the cows are happy, the milk is flowing. And for the first time in a long while, it feels like everything is moving exactly in the right direction. With that, I head inside for the evening as February comes to an end and March begins. Spring has finally arrived across the valley. The trees are beginning to wake up again. The grass is growing faster every day, and both farms are looking better than they did just a few months ago. The sheep are thriving over at Woodland Hill Farm. Rosie is keeping an eye on everything from the animal side of things, and Freddie has been doing a fantastic job keeping both farms running while I focus on the bigger picture. One thing we have been doing recently is reducing the sheep numbers slightly. They were getting completely out of hand. Between the lambs being born and the amount of wool being produced, the meadow was becoming a very busy place. Freddie has been taking care of most of the sales over there, moving animals on when needed and keeping the numbers sensible. My job this month is a lot less exciting. Lime. Lots and lots of lime. The pH values across several of the fields have slowly started drifting down again, particularly after all the slurry and manure applications we've been putting on. The nitrogen is looking great, but if we want the crops performing properly, the soil needs balancing too. So after a quick walk around the yard, I climb into the tractor, hitch up the Breedle lime spreader, and make my way towards the first barley field. The spreader is already loaded and ready to go. All I need to do now is get to work. And just like that, another month of maintenance begins. Back and forth, pass after pass. The white cloud of lime stretches across the field while the soil underneath slowly improves. It's not the most exciting job on the farm. Nobody is rushing out to watch someone spread lime. But it's one of those jobs that makes everything else possible. Healthy soil means healthy crops. Healthy crops mean healthy profits.
Thought I'd give you an update before you disappeared into another field.
Go on then.
The sheep sale went well this morning. Moved a few more of the younger ones and freed up a bit of space. Everything's looking tidy over here.
Good. How's the meadow holding up?
Really well, actually. Plenty of grass, plenty of room, and the lambs seem happy enough. Rosie was over here earlier and gave everything the thumbs up.
That's good to hear.
Although, I reckon the sheep are making more money than I am these days.
You're not wrong there.
Anyway, I'll leave you to your glamorous lime spreading career.
Somebody's got to do it.
Keep telling yourself that.
See you later, mate.
Catch you later.
The radio falls silent again, and I carry on working. The first field eventually turns into the second. The second turns into the grass field, then another and another. By lunchtime, I've lost count of how many loads I've spread. The good thing about the Breedle spreader is how much it can carry. 9,000 liters at a time means fewer trips back and forth, and by now, I've become pretty efficient with it. Every time I finish a field, I stop for a moment, check the soil map, and watch those pH numbers slowly climb back into the green, exactly where they need to be. By late afternoon, the final field is complete. The grass fields are green. The barley is growing well. The cattle are content. And for the first time all year, there isn't another machine waiting for me somewhere. At least not today. Back at the farm, I wash down the spreader, park it inside the shed, and shut everything down for the evening. Another maintenance job finished. Another month ticked off. The foundations for the year are in place. Now, all we need is a bit of sunshine and a bit of patience. With that, I head back inside as March comes to an end and April begins. Another month rolls around, and before long, it's time for one of the most profitable jobs Woodland Hill Farm produces every year. The sheep have spent months doing what sheep do best, and now all that wool is stacked up waiting for us. Meanwhile, Freddie is back at Yew Tree Farm this morning, taking care of the cattle and making sure everybody gets fed while I deal with the sheep side of the business. We've got 121,000 pounds in the bank to start the month, and it's time to see what these sheep have earned us. I climb into the tractor, hitch up the flatbed trailer, and head down the road towards Woodland Hill Farm. Even after all these years, I still enjoy driving into this place. The sheep meadow is green, the barns are tidy, the spinnery is ticking away quietly, and it's amazing to think this place nearly slipped through my fingers when Callum first started making noise with the estate. I pull into the yard and drive straight past the little spinnery building. Outside are 2 pallets of finished fabric ready for collection. Those are staying exactly where they are for now. The wool comes first. Immediately, I'm greeted by what feels like a mountain of wool. Pallet after pallet stacked neatly where Freddie has left them, ready for collection. These sheep have been busy, very busy. I start loading them one by one onto the trailer. Before long, I've loaded 32 pallets of wool, 32,000 liters. Then I head back towards the spinnery and load the final 2 pallets of fabric onto the trailer as well. Everything gets strapped down securely. The trailer is absolutely packed. And now it's time to make some money. With everything loaded, I leave Woodland Hill Farm behind and begin the journey towards the farmer's market.
Ethan, I thought that might be you coming down the road. What have you got for me this time?
A lot of wool.
That's usually a good sign.
32 pallets of it, plus a couple of pallets of fabric from the spinnery.
That's a serious amount. Those sheep aren't slowing down, are they?
Not even slightly. If anything, they're multiplying faster than we're selling them.
Sounds like a good problem to have.
I'll take that over most of the problems I've had over the years.
How are things otherwise? It's been a while since we've properly caught up.
Everything's going well. Rosie's moved in now, the dairy herd is doing great, and Freddie's become indispensable.
That's wonderful to hear. You've worked hard for all of it.
Thanks, Diane. How are things here?
Busy as always. Markets never really slow down. But seeing local businesses like yours growing makes it worthwhile.
I appreciate everything you've done over the years.
And I appreciate the products you keep bringing me. Keep that wool coming.
I don't think that'll be a problem.
Take care of yourself, Ethan.
You too, Diane. Speak soon.
Bye for now.
After parking the trailer away, I decide to take a walk over to the grass fields. The first thing I check is the nitrogen. Perfect. Then the pH values. Also perfect. Finally, I check the expected yield. That looks excellent too. All the work we've put in over the winter is paying off. The fields are healthy, the crops are healthy, and everything is lining up nicely for the busy months ahead. The wool is sold, the fabric is sold, the cattle are fed, and another productive month is behind us. With that, I head inside for the evening as April comes to an end and May begins. Rain has settled across the valley this month. Not enough to cause problems, but enough to keep everything damp and muddy. Freddie has been keeping busy over at Woodland Hill Farm with the sheep, firewood production, timber deliveries, and all the jobs that quietly keep the place running. Meanwhile, I'm over at Yew Tree Farm, and it's my turn to deal with the cattle. We've got around 200,000 pounds in the bank, and first thing this morning, I jump into the tractor to start feeding. The plan is simple enough. Make a load of total mixed rations and get all the cattle topped up. As I drive towards the hay barn though, something occurs to me. This mixer wagon is too small. Every time we feed cattle, we're making multiple trips. One load for the dairy cows, another for the beef cattle, and another for the younger stock. It works, but it isn't efficient. If we're serious about growing this business further, we need better equipment. So instead of stopping at the hay barn, I carry on down the road towards Peacock and Bennington's. Oxy is still away, so I handle the paperwork myself. The old mixer wagon gets traded in for 18,000 pounds, and I start looking through the catalog. There are a few options available, but one stands out immediately: the Silo King. After upgrading it to the larger 45 cubic meter version, it comes to 90,000 pounds. Expensive, but big enough to feed the entire farm in one go. That's exactly what I want. A few signatures later, and it's ours. I hitch it onto the tractor and make my way back to the farm, excited to see just how much difference it makes. Back at the hay barn, I jump into the Claas Scorpion telehandler and begin gathering materials. 2 straw bales, 4 hay bales, 4 silage bales. One by one, they disappear into the mixer. The augers start turning, and before long, everything is blending together nicely. When I climb back into the tractor and check the monitor, I can't help smiling. 42,000 liters of total mixed ration, more than enough for every cattle enclosure on the farm. First stop is the dairy herd. The Jersey cows gather around as I begin unloading. Since switching to total mixed rations, their milk production has improved massively. After that, I move on to the main beef cattle paddock, then finally the younger cattle barn. 1 trip, 3 pens. Job done. Already this thing feels worth every penny. Once feeding is finished, I decide to walk through the barns and check on the livestock. The older beef cattle are progressing nicely. 63 of them are around 33 months old now, and well into their pregnancy cycle. The younger group is doing well too, and growing fast. Over in the dairy barn, things are even busier. We've now got 100 animals in total, 80 mature dairy cows producing milk, and another 20 calves coming through behind them. Everything looks healthy and well cared for. The only issue becoming obvious is space. The cattle numbers continue increasing every year, and we're getting close to capacity again. Something needs to move. So throughout the rest of the month, we sell 12 of the older 39-month-old cattle, freeing up valuable room and bringing in roughly 30,000 pounds. That extra income pushes the account back up nicely while keeping the herd at a manageable size. By the end of the month, the new Silo King is already proving its value. Feeding is quicker, the cattle are thriving, and both farms are running smoothly. As the rain taps away on the workshop roof, I park the tractor for the evening and take one last look across the yard. Another upgrade complete, another problem solved, and with harvest season approaching fast, we're in a good position heading into June. Summer has arrived once again, and with it comes one of the biggest jobs of the year, harvest season. The barley has turned from green to gold. The heads are hanging heavy, and after months of fertilizing, liming, slurry spreading, and general maintenance, it's finally time to see whether all that work was worth it. First thing this morning, I step outside and take a look across the fields. They look fantastic. Exactly what you want to see before harvest. Morning, Freddie. Ready for another harvest?
I was wondering when you'd finally let me use that combine.
Don't get any ideas. I'm driving the combine.
Worth a try.
How are things looking over there?
We've got a slight problem. We're nearly out of hay again.
Already?
Pretty much. We've still got some older bales stored over at Woodland Hill Farm though. I'll head over there with the flatbed trailer and bring everything back before we run into trouble.
Sounds good. Once you've done that, grab the grain trailer and come join me in the fields.
No worries. I'll be there before the combine's full.
See you shortly.
Good luck.
With that sorted, I climb into the Claas Lexion and make my way towards the first barley field. I unfold the header, lower it into the crop, and begin the first pass. Immediately, golden barley starts flowing through the machine. The yield monitor lights up. Everything is working perfectly. For the next hour or so, I work steadily up and down the field, slowly turning acres of barley into grain. Before long, the first tank is nearly full. Right on cue, Freddie arrives.
Told you I'd be here before it filled up.
Perfect timing.
The hay's all moved over, about 20 bales in total. Should keep the cattle happy until next month's grass cut.
Nice work.
Let's get this barley in then.
For the rest of the month, we settle into a rhythm. I harvest, Freddie carts grain back to the silo, then he's back again, ready for another load. The system works brilliantly. While working, I find myself thinking about how different things are compared to a few years ago. Back then, every harvest felt stressful. There was always a worry about money. Now we've got good machinery, good storage, reliable livestock income, and enough experience to know what we're doing. It's still hard work, but it feels far more manageable.
Ethan, it's Oliver.
Hello, mate. How are things?
Good. Listen, I was wondering if you got any hay available again.
We do, actually.
That's good to hear. I've decided I'd rather start getting it from you again if that's all right.
Of course. We'd be happy to help.
Excellent. Maybe we can sort something out next month.
Sounds good to me.
Perfect. Speak soon.
Take care, Oliver.
You too.
The new combine barely misses a beat. Exactly what you'd hope after spending that much money. Eventually, the final load of barley is unloaded into Freddie's trailer, and we begin packing everything away. Back at the farm, I remove the header and park the combine beside the beef cattle paddock. The trailer is emptied into the silo, and we finally get a look at the total. 120,000 liters of barley, a very respectable harvest. Not bad at all. The hay situation is sorted, the barley is safely stored away, and next month we'll be cutting grass again. As I head back towards the house, I take one last look across the farm. Another harvest completed, another successful year rolling on. And with that, June comes to an end as we head into July. Another year is almost behind us, and somehow we've ended up back where every good farming year seems to finish. Grass season. The government payment for avoiding mowing during spring has come through once again, bringing in another £40,000. It's a nice reward for being patient, and it pushes the bank balance up nicely before we get started with the month's work. The fields are ready, the weather is holding, and it's finally time to cut. Morning, Freddie. You all set?
Already heading out. Mowers are on, and I'm making my way to field 98 now.
Perfect. Listen, I've got something I need to deal with today.
That sounds dangerous.
Nothing like that. Oliver called last month. He wants us supplying hay again.
That's good news.
It is. So if you're all right handling the grass work this month, I'll take care of Oliver.
No problem. I'll do the mowing, tedding, rowing, baling, and collecting.
You sure?
Ethan, I've practically been doing half of it already.
Fair point.
Go sort the customer. I'll sort the fields.
Thanks, mate.
No worries. Speak later.
With that sorted, I leave Freddie to it. The truth is, he's become one of the most reliable people I've ever worked with. There aren't many people I'd trust to run 2 farms while I'm elsewhere, but Freddie has earned that trust over the years. At Woodland Hill Farm, I pull up beside the hay barn and find the 4 bales we set aside earlier. They're loaded one by one onto the trailer, strapped down, ready to go. And with that, I begin the journey over to Oliver's Equestrian Center. It feels good rebuilding this relationship. Losing Oliver as a customer bothered me more than I admitted at the time. It wasn't Callum taking the business that annoyed me. It was the fact that I'd let a good customer down. Hopefully this puts things right. The countryside rolls past as I make my way through the valley. Eventually, Oliver's property comes into view. The riding arena, the stables, the small barns, the house overlooking everything, exactly as I remember it. But as I pull into the driveway, something immediately catches my attention. A red pickup truck. Callum, there's no mistaking it. Same truck, same registration, same battered toolbox mounted in the back. He's here. That's strange. Oliver specifically told me he'd stop buying from Callum. So what's he doing here? I pull up near the unloading area and climb down from the tractor. The place seems quiet. Too quiet. I start walking towards one of the storage barns. Callum? What the hell are you doing?
Ethan, what are you doing here?
I asked first.
None of your business.
Looks like diesel to me. Why are you carrying diesel around Oliver's hay storage?
It's not what it looks like.
Then explain it.
I don't owe you an explanation.
No, but Oliver might want one.
Don't start acting like you're some saint. Everything around here always works out for you. The farms, the estate, the customers, all of it.
That's because I work for it.
You had everything handed to you.
No, I didn't, and you know that.
Pete gave you a farm. The estate backed you. Rosie chose you. Everything just falls into place for Ethan Manston.
You really believe that?
I know it.
Then why are you standing behind Oliver's barn with a container of diesel?
Watch yourself.
No, you watch yourself, because this is starting to look very bad.
Callum, what exactly are you doing? Callum, step away from the hay barn, right now. I do not care what excuse you are about to give me. I can see the diesel can, I can smell it from here, and this storage shed backs straight onto my stables. If that had gone up, it would not have just been a few bales lost. It could have been horses, buildings, people. Everything I have spent years building here.
You do not know what you saw. I was moving the can out of the way before anyone knocked it over. And then Ethan turns up at the perfect moment, looking like the hero again. That is how it always seems to work around here, does it not? He gets the farm, the contracts, the praise, and I get judged before I even get a word out.
Callum, I did not bring you here. I did not put fuel beside Oliver's hay. I did not make you stand in the dark next to a barn full of dry bales after you lost this contract. You can blame me for a lot if that helps you, but this is not mine. This is yours, and you need to understand how serious this looks.
I gave you work because I thought you deserved a chance. Ethan forgot deliveries when he took over Yew Tree, and you told me you could do better. I believed you. Then your hay started coming late, then short, then damp, and now I find you here with diesel beside my storage barn. That is it. You are done here.
Of course I am. Everyone is always done with me the second Ethan walks back in. He gets Pete's farm, he gets Woodland Hill, he gets Rosie, he gets every bit of luck this valley has to offer, and I'm supposed to smile and clap along while my own farm slips away from me.
No one is asking you to clap, but you cannot keep turning every setback into someone else's fault. You had a customer here. You had a farm. You had chances. This valley has room for people who work hard, but it has no room for this.
I'm calling Eleanor tonight, and I'm reporting exactly what I saw. Whether the police take it further or not, you are not coming back onto this yard. Not for hay, not for horses, not for any delivery. Get in your truck and leave.
Fine. Call the estate. Tell them whatever version makes you feel safe. But do not stand there thinking this is finished, Ethan. Everyone seems to think I have already lost. I have not.
August started with Yew Tree Farm quiet, but not settled. After what happened at Oliver's yard, Callum had gone quiet, and that somehow made the valley feel worse. Still, the farm needed work. The barley was safe in storage waiting for winter prices, and the stubble fields needed turning over ready for canola. I walked through the yard and found Freddie had left the Claas 470 parked up with the old Woodland Hill cultivator hitched behind it. Both had served us well, but the farm had grown past them. Today they were going to Peacock and Binnington's because a used machine had appeared online that I had been trying not to think about. I climbed into the Arian and drove it down the road one last time. At the shop, I parked in the cell area, dropped the cultivator beside the workshop, and headed inside to see Oxy.
Morning, Ethan. I saw the Arian come down the road and guessed you had either broken something or seen the used list. Judging by your face, I am going with the expensive option.
Morning, Oxy.
I can give you £16,000 for the cultivator and £71,000 for the Arian. That puts you at £312,000 in the bank, which is dangerously close to the Claas Arian 12.
£300,000! Dual tracks, 585 horsepower. That is a ridiculous amount of tractor, Oxy, and I think that is exactly why I want it.
It is a field monster. Cultivation, slurry, heavy trailers, big balers, it will pull almost anything. Claas will include the engine upgrade as well.
Then sell the Arian, sell the cultivator, and put the Xerion through before I start thinking like a sensible person. A few signatures later, the deal was done. Outside, the Xerion looked massive. The drive home was brilliant. It barely noticed the hills and made every heavy job on the farm feel less of a fight. Then I got back to Yew Tree Farm and immediately found the downside. I tried to line it up with the barn to collect the cultivator, and the doorway looked tiny. After 2 careful attempts, I stopped before I turned a new tractor into modern art. Freddie, how busy are you?
That depends what you have done.
I bought the big Xerion, and it turns out it is too large to collect its own cultivator from the barn.
I knew you bought it. Leave it there, boss. I will bring my tractor down and pull the cultivator out before you wedge 300 grand into a doorway.
Freddie pulled the cultivator out a few minutes later, still grinning, and once it was hitched, the joke stopped. Out in the first field, the Xerion was exactly what I had hoped for. The cultivator dropped into the soil, the tracks gripped, and the tractor walked up the hill without slowing down. No struggle, no wheel spin. It just worked. Freddie went back to sorting animals while I finished the first field. By the time I lifted the cultivator, the ground was turned over and ready for seed. I headed straight to the second field and called him again. First field is cultivated. I am starting the second now. When you are clear with the animals, can you hitch up the seeder and start planting canola behind me?
Yeah, sounds good. Canola again this year?
Canola again. The barley stays in storage until winter prices, and if we get this planted now, it should carry us through to next summer.
Perfect. I will grab the seeder and follow you in. Also, from over here, that Zerion looks unnecessary.
The second field went quickly. The Zerion cruised through the work, and by late afternoon, Freddie was drilling canola into the first field while I finished the last passes. One person preparing ground, another following with seed, the animals handled, and the farm moving forward without panic. When the cultivating was done, I folded the machine, took it back to the yard, and parked it where the Zerion could fit. The barley was waiting for winter. The canola was going in. The new tractor was home. August was done. September came in quietly, and after the chaos at Oliver's yard, quiet was exactly what I wanted. The fields were the first place to check. August had been all cultivation and drilling, and now the canola was starting to show in thin green lines across the soil. It had taken well, but nitrogen was low. If we wanted a strong harvest next summer, these fields would need feeding hard through the year. From there I walked to the main beef paddock. 6 of the oldest cows were only a few days away from calving, and once those calves were safely born, those 6 would be sold on. They were worth good money, and with the way this herd was growing, space mattered more than sentiment. Behind them, another 59 beef cows were only a month or 2 away from calving as well. That was going to be huge for the farm, but also a serious test of feed, housing, and time. The dairy barn was next. 100 out of 100 cows, calm and settled, with the milk tank sitting at 50,000 liters, ready to sell when the time was right. The only problem was feed. The troughs were getting low, and with that many dairy cows producing milk, you do not leave them waiting. The younger beef cows up in the top yard barn were doing nicely too. They were growing well, clean, settled, and easier to manage indoors. So that was the plan for the day. Everyone needed feeding, and after that, I wanted to move the youngest calves into the smaller indoor barn. I climbed into the Zerion, started it up, and hitched onto the Silo King mixer. I hauled it down to the bale storage barn, parked beside the stacks, and jumped into the telehandler. The mix was simple: 2 straw bales, 4 silage bales, and 4 hay bales. Straw for structure, silage for energy, hay to balance it out. One by one, the bales went into the mixer, and the Silo King chewed through the lot until the wagon was full of TMR and ready for the cattle. That was when the Zerion created its first real problem. I brought the mixer back toward the cattle barns, lined up for the feed passage, and realized the tractor was too big to get through comfortably. It had all the power in the world, but around these buildings it moved like a cruise ship in a bathtub. Freddie, I have found another issue with the Zerion. It can pull the mixer like it is empty, but it cannot get through the cattle barn without making me nervous.
I wondered when that would happen. I'm over at Woodland Hill with the sheep today, so use my tractor. Just try not to sell it while I'm gone.
No promises, but I will borrow it and get everyone fed. The big tractor can sit outside and think about its choices. I swapped onto Freddie's tractor, hitched the mixer back up, and suddenly the job made sense again. First stop was the indoor beef pen. The TMR ran out smooth along the trough, and the cattle moved in straight away like they had been waiting for room service. From there, I drove through the dairy barn and unloaded the next stretch for the jerseys. With 100 cows, feeding is not a little job anymore. The mix disappeared along the passage, the cows pushed in behind it, and the whole barn immediately felt calmer. The final stop was the beef paddock. I pulled alongside the feed area and emptied the last of the mix for the older cows outside. With 6 ready to calve any day, and another 59 not far behind, keeping feed in front of them was not optional. Once the feeding was done, I parked up, shut the tractor down, and walked over to the pickup. One more job. I hitched on the animal trailer and headed back to the beef paddock. The youngest calves needed moving into the smaller indoor growing barn. The first load was 6, carefully loaded and driven across the yard, then unloaded into clean bedding. I went back for the final 5 and moved them over as well, giving us 11 young calves indoors where we could keep them safer, warmer, and easier to manage. By the time the second load was settled, September felt under control. The canola was growing, the dairy cows were fed, the beef herd was close to a huge calving run, and the young stock were tucked inside where they belonged. I parked the trailer, drove the pickup back to the house, and called it there. September was done. October arrived with the farm starting to feel full in every direction. The canola was in the ground, the dairy cows were settled, and the beef herd was right on the edge of another big push. That was the good problem with livestock. If you looked after them, they grew, they bred, and then one morning you realized the pens were starting to feel a lot smaller than they used to. We had 30,000 pounds in the bank, which was not a disaster, but after buying the Zerion, it was a reminder that big machinery leaves big bite marks. So this month was all about making space and putting some money back where it belonged. It had been a while since the trailer had a quiet life, and today was not going to be that day either, and headed straight over to the main beef paddock. The 6 oldest beef cows were ready to go. 38 months old, in good condition, and worth around 2,500 pounds each. They had done their job, and with another 59 cows in that paddock close to calving, keeping every older animal here would only make the next few months harder. Space was about to become valuable. The drive to the animal dealer was steady. 6 big cows in the back made the pickup work a bit, but nothing too dramatic. I pulled into the dealer yard, parked beside the unloading area, and sold all 6 for 15,000 pounds. Just like that, the bank looked healthier, and the paddock had a little more breathing room. On the way back, I was already thinking about the next pen. The younger beef barn was sitting at 49 out of 50 animals, which was far too close for comfort. Most of those cows were nowhere near breeding yet, but the oldest group had reached 16 months and were worth good money. If we cleared some of them now, we could free up space and build the bank back up at the same time. The plan was simple. Sell the 21 oldest 16-month animals, keep the younger ones growing, and make the whole system easier to manage. Freddie, I am back from the animal dealer. The 6 older cows are gone, and I am going to start clearing some of the 16-month beef cows from the indoor barn as well.
Good idea. That barn was getting tight when I checked it this morning. How many are you moving?
21 in total. It will take a few runs, but they are worth enough to make the day worthwhile. Once the main paddock starts calving, we will need every bit of spare space we can get.
Makes sense. I will keep an eye on the feed while you are out. If those 59 cows start calving next month, we are going to be busy.
That is what I am trying not to think about until tomorrow. 27 beef cows sold in 1 month. 6 older cows from the paddock, 21 younger ones from the indoor barn, and suddenly the farm had room again. More importantly, we were ready for the next wave of calves that were about to arrive. The main paddock was lighter, the indoor barn was manageable, and the bank had some color back in its cheeks. I made my way back to Yew Tree Farm as the lights started dropping. The yard was calm when I pulled in. Freddie had been finishing the feeding while I was out, and the cattle were settled across the barns and paddocks. I parked the animal trailer beside the dairy barn, unhitched it, and drove the pickup back toward the house. October had not been flashy. No new tractors, no giant harvest, no dramatic meeting in someone's yard. Just livestock, sales, space, and money. But that is what a real farm needs sometimes. Not every month has to change the world. Some months just stop the next one from falling apart. November began with the bank still bruised after the Zerion, so of course I checked the used vehicle sales. Sitting there was the exact Claas Lexion 6900 we already owned, but at 50% off. Beside it was a discounted Roland baler, annoying at first. Then it became an idea. At the bale barn, we had around 55 hay bales, plenty of silage, and more straw than we needed. The cows were covered for winter, but if Sarah at the livery yard still needed big square bales, this could turn grass into a real business. Freddie, I have had a dangerous thought. I am taking the combine to Peacock and Binnington's. Can you bring the Unirap baler down behind me?
That sounds expensive. Are we selling things, buying things, or somehow doing both?
Both. There is a used Lexion for much less than ours is worth. If we sell ours, buy that one, and trade the baler, we might have enough to move into big square bales. I drove the Lexion down the road, with Freddie following in the tractor and baler. At the shop, we parked everything by the workshop and went inside to see Oxy.
I wondered how long it would take you to notice those deals. Your combine is worth $317,000, and the baler comes in at $83,800. That puts you just over £510,000 before you spend anything.
Then we want the used Lexion for $195,000. Same model, older machine, much cheaper. I was looking at the discounted round baler too, but square bales might make more sense now.
I would skip the round baler. If Sarah wants big square hay, buy the Claas Quadrant 5300 at $171,000. Then add a separate wrapper for $63,000. You can do square hay now and square silage later.
Do it. Used Lexion, Quadrant, and wrapper. It hurts, but it opens a new side of the farm. We left with about £80,000 in the bank, a second-hand Lexion, and a brand new Claas Quadrant sitting in the yard like a hay factory with paint. Freddie took the wrapper home, I drove the combine back, and spent the journey convincing myself this was smart. Back at Yew Tree, Freddie dropped off the wrapper and started mowing. I took the Xerion down to collect the Quadrant, brought it home, then swapped onto the Tedder. This month was hay. Field 98 first, then Field 3, and every bale now had the chance to become money.
Hi, love. Your dad said you had bought another enormous tractor. And Rosie sent me a picture of a combine going down the road again. Should I be worried about your bank account?
Hi, Mom. It sounds worse than it is. We traded Kit around, bought a cheaper version of the same combine, and used the difference to buy a big square baler. The farm is making good money now, and this should help us supply Sarah and Oliver with better bales.
I still remember you worrying about every small bill in that caravan. I am proud of you, Ethan. Just make sure the farm is not sitting on your shoulders every hour of the day. I'll let you get back to it. Bye.
Bye, Mom. By the time the call ended, Freddie had Field 98 raked and ready. I hitched the Quadrant to the Xerion and started the first pass. The baler swallowed the row cleanly, and the first big square bale dropped behind us. After years of round bales, those neat blocks looked like the start of a different system. We finished Field 98 and moved over to Field 3. Freddie rode ahead while I bailed behind him, and the Xerion pulled the Quadrant up the slopes without even noticing.
Ethan, if we are going square bales, the round bale collector is not much use now. There is a square bale trailer at the shop for $90,000, and they will give us $31,000 for the old one.
Do it. If we are changing the system, we may as well change it fully. Freddie handled the trade, picked up the square bale trailer, and started collecting from Field 98 while I carried on baling Field 3. We worked late, with rows disappearing, bales stacking, and the new setup settled. By sunset, the baling was finished, and Freddie was collecting the last of Field 3. Farm had a square bale system and 2 customers waiting. November was done. December arrived cold, gray, and busy in that quiet winter way. The fields were leaving us alone, but the farm was not. Freddie was already out feeding the cattle with the TMR mixer, and I had £40,000 in the bank after a very expensive November. The new square bale setup had worked. Now it needed to earn. I climbed into the tractor, hitched onto the square bale trailer, and headed down to the bale barn. The big hay bales were stacked neatly, far easier to handle and far easier to sell than the round bales. I had already spoken to Sarah from the livery yard earlier in the week, so now it was time to make the first delivery.
Morning, Ethan. Have you managed to get those big square bales sorted?
Morning, Sarah. We have. New baler arrived last month, and we have hay ready to go. I can bring 12 big square bales over today if that helps you.
That would be perfect. I know I was awkward about it years ago, but round bales never suited this place. The big squares stack better, feed easier, and my supplier has been all over the place lately. If these are good, I would be very happy to keep buying from you.
That sounds good to me. I will load 12 now and head over. 12 big square hay bales sat on the back in one clean stack, and the whole thing already felt more professional than wobbling around with round bales everywhere. Her place was busy when I arrived. Horses in the paddocks, people around the yard, and barely any hay left in storage. I backed the trailer up to the barn, tipped the stack off, and watched the bales settle into place. Sarah paid 18,000 pounds for the load, which pushed the bank back up and made the quadrant feel a little less frightening. 12 bales, 1 delivery, and a customer from the early days back on the books. On the way home, I called Oliver.
Ethan, good to hear from you. Please tell me you have more hay available.
I do. We have moved into big square bales now, and I can bring 8 over today if you want a stockpile in the barn.
8 would be ideal. After everything that happened, I want enough feed on site that I am not depending on last-minute deliveries from anyone. I am glad you have gone to squares as well. They will suit the stable storage much better.
I will get them loaded and bring them over. And if anything else happens with Callum or the estate, let me know. Back at Yew Tree, I loaded 8 bales for Oliver and set off again. His yard still felt different after that night, but the horses were settled and the storage barn was clear. I unloaded the bales, and Oliver paid 12,000 pounds. 2 customers sorted, 30,000 pounds in bale income, and the square bale setup had started paying its way. On the drive back, I started thinking about next year. Big square hay was one thing, but big square silage bales could be even better. I parked the bale trailer by the animal yard and was about to head inside when Freddie came over the radio.
Ethan, cattle are fed. Since it is December, barley prices are looking good. About £550 per 1,000 litres. Do you want me to start hauling it out of the silo?
Yes, do it. We have been sitting on that barley since June, and this is exactly why. There should be around 120,000 litres in there, so it should be a strong sale.
Leave it with me. I will get the trailer loaded and run it down before the day is out. You can go inside before Rosie starts wondering if you have moved into the yard.
Freddie got to work as the light faded, hauling barley from the silo and turning last summer's harvest into winter money. That was the kind of rhythm I loved on the farm now. Cows making slurry for grass, grass making bales for customers, crops sitting in storage until the price was right. By the end of the day, Sarah had hay, Oliver had hay, the barley was moving, and the bank account was alive again. December had done exactly what winter needed it to do. It turned a year of work into money. I headed back to the house, cold, tired, and very glad we had not sold that barley in summer. December was done. January arrived with frost on the yard, quiet fields, and the kind of cold that made even the tractors look like they wanted to stay in bed. After December's deliveries and barley sale, the farm finally had money moving again, but there was very little that needed doing outside. Freddie had already checked the cattle, the sheep at Woodland Hill were fine, and the canola was tucked into the ground waiting for warmer months. So for once, I did something unusual. I stayed inside. The farmhouse at Yew Tree had changed a lot since Rosie moved in. It no longer felt like I was just borrowing Pete's old place while trying not to make too much noise. There were coats by the door that were not mine, mugs in cupboards I never bought, vet books on the table, and little signs everywhere that someone else lived here now.
You know, most people look more relaxed when they get a quiet month. You are standing there like the farm is about to sneak up on you.
I am not used to it being this quiet. Usually by now something is broken, empty, overfull, unpaid, blocked, stuck in a gateway, or Freddie is on the radio asking if a sheep can legally be considered a hazard.
On this farm, I imagine the answer is yes. But everything is fine today. The cows are fed, Freddie is alive, the sheep are not staging a rebellion, and you are allowed to sit down for 10 minutes without the valley collapsing.
That is the strange bit. I spent years wishing I had enough help and equipment to make the farm easier. Now that it is easier, I keep waiting for the hard part to jump out from behind a hedge.
Maybe the hard part has changed. At the start, it was money and machinery and finding work. Now it is learning how to live with the life you built, instead of treating every month like you are still trying to survive it.
I still remember sleeping in that caravan and thinking if I could just get one decent contract, things would turn around. Then I got Woodland Hill. Then Yew Tree happened. Then Freddie came along. Then you moved in. It is a lot when I actually stop and look at it.
It is a lot. But it is also good. I like it here, Ethan. I know it is chaotic, and I know sometimes dinner depends on whether a cow gives birth or a tractor refuses to fit through a barn door. But I like this house. I like the yard. I like hearing the cows in the morning. I even like Freddie shouting at machinery from 2 fields away.
That is worryingly specific. Are you sure you knew what you were getting into when you moved here?
I knew enough. I knew you would be tired, muddy, distracted, and occasionally convinced a used machinery deal was a personality trait. I also knew you cared about this place more than anyone else could. That matters.
Does it feel like home to you now?
Yes, it does. Not because it is finished or perfect, because it is neither of those things. It feels like home because I can imagine us still being here in 5 years. Maybe 10. Different furniture, more animals than we intended. Freddie having somehow acquired his own kettle in the workshop, but still here.
10 years is a long time.
You have nearly done 10 years already. Maybe that is why I have been thinking about the future more. Not in a scary way, just in a real way. This farm is not some temporary chapter anymore. Neither are we.
I think about it too. I just do not always say it out loud. Most of the time I am trying to keep up with what is already happening.
I know. And I am not trying to rush you. I am happy here. I am happy with you. I just want you to know that when I talk about the future, I am not talking about somewhere else.
Good, because I do not think I am built for somewhere else.
No, you are built for standing in a farm kitchen, worrying about cows while your tea goes cold.
That is a very specific skill set.
One of your finest.
We sat there for a while after that, drinking tea, talking about small things. The house, the yard, the cattle, Christmas, Freddie, and whether the hallway needed fixing before spring. Nothing dramatic happened, no machine purchase, no urgent call, no crisis waiting outside. But as January moved on, that conversation stayed with me. Rosie was not just living at Yew Tree Farm anymore. She was building a life here with me. And for the first time in a long while, the farm did not feel like the only future I was working toward. It felt like part of a bigger one. January was done. February arrived, with frost still hanging around the yard, and the canola sitting quietly in the ground, waiting for spring. After January being more about the house than the farm, it felt good to get outside. The cattle needed feeding, the fields needed nutrients, and the slurry pit had been filling through winter.
Morning, boss. I am loading the Silo King now. I will get TMR around the dairy cows, the indoor beef pen, and the paddock before they all start acting like I have personally betrayed them.
Perfect. I will take the saddle track and get slurry onto the canola fields. Once you are done feeding, can you jump on the manure spreader and cover what I do not get to?
Yeah, no problem. Between your giant slurry spaceship and my manure spreader, these fields are going to smell expensive by lunch.
I backed the Xerion saddle track onto the slurry pit, filled the tanker with 30,000 liters, and headed out to the first canola field. The crop was still young, but the soil needed feeding. We had spent years building this farm around the idea that waste was not really waste if you used it in the right place. Cows made milk, milk made money, and the slurry and manure went back into the land to grow the next crop. The Xerion sat steady, the tanker followed cleanly, and the field began taking in fertilizer row by row. A few years ago, spreading slurry felt like a slow winter chore. Now it felt like part of the machine that kept the whole farm alive.
Morning, Ethan. Your mum told me I was not allowed to ask how much the new tractor cost, so instead, I will ask if it is earning its keep.
Morning, Dad. It is earning it today. I am out spreading slurry with the saddle track. Freddie is feeding cattle, and once he is done, he is jumping onto manure. The canola needs a lot of feeding, so we are trying to stay ahead of it.
Sounds like a real system now. Your cattle feed your fields feed the cattle, and the money moves around the farm instead of straight out of it.
That is the plan. The dairy cows are doing well, the beef herd is growing fast, and the square bale contracts have started too. Sarah took 12 bales in December, Oliver took 8, and both seem happy.
Crops, milk, beef, hay, wool, firewood, customers who know your name. It is a strong mix. Just remember, the bigger it gets, the easier it is to miss small cracks.
I know. Callum is one of those cracks. What happened at Oliver's yard was bad, Dad. Diesel beside hay, right next to the stables. Oliver reported it to the estate, and Eleanor will not ignore it.
Nor should she. But do not make his downfall your job. If Callum loses what he has, let it be because of his own choices. Keep your eyes on your farm and the people relying on you.
I will. It is just hard when he keeps stepping into the road.
Then drive around him. You built this by moving forward. Keep doing that. Anyway, sounds like you have things sorted there. Talk again soon.
Thanks, Dad. Talk soon. I washed the worst of the slurry off the tanker, parked the Xerion, and walked through the dairy barn. 100 cows stood in there, healthy and settled, with the feed passage cleaned up and the bedding still looking good. The milk tank was full as well, 50,000 liters sitting ready to go. I gave the pickup company a call, and not long after, the tanker rolled into the yard. While it filled, I stood by the barn and watched the numbers climb in the bank. Milk had become one of the most reliable parts of Yew Tree Farm. It did not arrive with fireworks, but it arrived again and again. By the time the tanker left, the bank was sitting around 200,000 pounds. The fields were fed, the cattle were settled, the milk was sold, and Dad's words were still sitting in the back of my mind. Keep moving forward. That was February done. March arrived, with the farm beginning to wake up again. The canola was sitting in the fields. The cattle were fed. The milk money had helped the bank recover, and we had 221,000 pounds to work with. Freddie was already out with the TMR mixer, keeping the dairy cows and beef pens moving, while I had a different job in mind. The old cultivator had done its time. It was not bad, but with the farm growing again, and with the Xerion now sitting in the yard, it felt silly dragging around equipment that did not match the rest of the setup. So, I climbed into the tractor, passed Freddie in the yard, and hitched the cultivator on.
I'm guessing that is not going to the field.
No, it is going to the shop. I want something a bit wider and a bit quicker. If we are going to keep expanding, the soil work needs to keep up.
Fair enough. I will keep the cows happy while you go and upset the bank account again.
I took the cultivator down the road to Peacock and Binnington's, pulled around the back, and dropped it into the maintenance bay. Oxy was already inside by the time I walked through the front door.
Morning, Ethan. Another trade-in? You are becoming dangerous to my yard space.
Morning, Oxy. I need a better cultivator. Something wider, but not something only the Xerion can pull. Freddie still needs to be able to use it with his tractor if needed.
Good timing. I can give you 11,300 pounds for the old one, and there is a Dalbo PowerChain 800 on sale. 8-meter working width, only needs around 180 horsepower, and it is down to 20,000 pounds.
That is exactly what I need. Wide enough to matter, not too heavy, and both tractors can handle it. Let us do that. A few minutes later, the old cultivator was gone, the Dalbo was ours, and we still had around 212,000 pounds in the bank. I hitched it up outside, drove it home, and parked it in the yard. We did not have any of our own crop fields to cultivate this month, but that was about to change. Giles had mentioned something interesting. Most fields around Yew Tree were either tied up with other farmers or owned by the estate, which is why buying land had always been awkward. But Arthur Haynes, the old farmer from the top of the hill, was retiring. Arthur was the man who gave me that deadwood job back in the early days, when I had barely anything to my name. I had not heard much from him since, but now he was looking to sell some land. So I got into the pickup and drove up the lane above Yew Tree Farm. His place sat just up the hill, looking down over one of our main fields. I pulled into the driveway, followed it up to the yard, parked beside the house, and went in to see him.
Ethan Manston, look at you now. Last time you were here, you were cutting deadwood and counting every pound twice.
I remember that job well. It helped more than you knew at the time. Giles said you might be selling a few fields, so I wanted to come and ask before I heard it from someone else.
Yes, body is telling me what my head has been ignoring. It is time to slow down. I have watched what you have done with Pete's old place, and I would rather Field 54 went to someone who will use it well. £150,000, and it is yours.
We would put it into grass. More hay, more silage, more bales for the cows and customers. It would fit the farm well.
Then that sounds right. Soil samples are already done, so you know what you are buying. There is withered wheat in there now, so it wants clearing, but the land itself is good. And that big Claas you bought, that was mine. Look after it. It has plenty of life left.
I will. Thank you, Arthur, for the field and for that first job all those years ago. The deal was done. Field 54 was ours. On the way back down the driveway, I stopped at the bottom and looked over the field. Arthur was right. It was covered in withered wheat, rough and useless as it stood, but underneath that was exactly what we needed. More grass, more feed, more bales. Another piece of the farm sliding into place. I drove back to Yew Tree, climbed into the tractor, and called Freddie. Freddie, we just bought Field 54 from Arthur Haynes. It is covered in withered wheat, so I am going out with the new cultivator. Can you follow behind with the seeder and put grass in?
Field 54. That is a good bit of land. Yeah, I will get the seeder ready. More grass means more bales, and more bales means fewer winter panic attacks.
The Dalbo went straight into work. 8 meters at a time, it tore through the old withered crop and left clean soil behind it. The field was a decent size, but with the new cultivator and the Xerion on the front, it did not feel like a fight. It felt like progress. The cows needed feed. Sarah wanted square hay bales. Oliver wanted a stockpile for the stables. And next year, we could start turning some of this grass into square silage bales as well. One field would not change everything, but it would strengthen almost every part of the farm. Field 54 had gone from Arthur's retiring field to part of Yew Tree Farm in a single month. I took the cultivator home, parked the tractor, and headed inside while Freddie carried on planting. March was done. April arrived with the farm finally starting to feel alive again. The canola was growing. Field 54 had grass seed in the ground. And after March's land purchase, the farm felt just that little bit bigger. It was not a huge expansion, but it mattered. More grass meant more feed, more hay, more silage, and more chances to make the square bale setup pay for itself. This month, though, the money was not coming from grass. It was coming from wool. Woodland Hill Farm had been quietly building up product all year. The sheep had been looked after, the spinnery had kept ticking away, and now there was a serious stack of wool waiting to be moved. It still felt strange sometimes, driving into that yard and remembering how nervous I was when we took it on. Back then it felt like too much land, too much responsibility, and too much rent. Now it was one of the strongest parts of the business. The gate opened, the tractor rolled in, and there it was. Wool, everywhere, stacked, waiting, and very much in the way. It is funny how something so quiet can become such a big job. Sheep spend the year making it one fleece at a time, and then suddenly you need a trailer, half a day, and a patient spine to move it all. I loaded the first full trailer, strapped it down, and headed for the farmer's market. The road down felt familiar now. Years ago, I came here hoping someone would buy a few pallets of firewood or a bit of produce. Now we were turning up with trailer loads of wool and fabric like it was a real operation. At the market, the first load sold for around 25,000 pounds. That alone made the morning worthwhile, but the yard at Woodland Hill was nowhere near empty. So I went back and did it again. The second load was much the same. Back through the gate, lined the trailer up, stack the wool, strap it down, and head back to market. The second wool load sold, the bank climbed again, and I headed back for the third. By now, the job had become a rhythm. Load, drive, sell, return. Not exciting, but very satisfying. The kind of work where every trip makes the numbers look better. By the time I came back for the final wool run, the yard at Woodland Hill finally looked clear again. I loaded the last of the wool and then drove around to the spinnery, where one pallet of fabric was ready to go as well. It was only one pallet, but fabric always felt like the polished version of the sheep business. Wool was good, fabric was better. The final trip to the farmer's market pushed the bank up to around 186,000 pounds. After buying Field 54 and changing machinery around, that felt like breathing room. The sheep had quietly paid their way once again. I returned to Yew Tree Farm, parked the flatbed trailer, and changed jobs. The cattle still needed feeding, and no amount of wool money changes the fact that cows expect dinner. I hitched onto the Silo King mixer, took it down to the bale barn, and loaded the usual mix with the telehandler. Straw, hay, silage, all dropped in one by one until the mixer was full and the TMR looked right. The dairy cows were first. I drove through the barn, unloading along the feed passage while the jerseys pushed in behind the mixer like they had been waiting all morning. The beef paddock came next. The older cows were settled, but with more calves coming through the system, feed was going to keep being one of the biggest jobs on the farm. The TMR ran out along the trough, and the herd moved in straight away. By the time the last of the mix was unloaded, April had done its job. The fields had lime going down, Woodland Hill had been cleared of wool, the spinnery had paid out, and the cattle were fed. I parked the mixer, shut the tractor down, and walked back across the yard. The farm was bigger than it had been a month ago, stronger than it had been a year ago, and still somehow full of jobs waiting for tomorrow. April was done. May arrived with the farm in one of those rare little gaps between big jobs. The canola was growing, the new grass field was settling in, the sheep had paid us back nicely, and the cattle were fed. There were always jobs around Yew Tree, but this month I wanted to deal with something that had been sitting in the back of my mind since Oliver. Customers do not stay customers just because you once did a good job. I had learned that the hard way. When Yew Tree Farm landed on us, I had taken my eye off a few smaller contracts, and Oliver had gone elsewhere. That mistake nearly opened the door for Callum. So today was not about machinery, crops, or cattle. It was about checking in with someone who had been with us since the early firewood days. Craig, down at the Toby Carvery, was still taking firewood deliveries every couple of months. Freddie had been handling most of them now, and from what I could see, the system was working well. But I did not want to assume it. Not anymore. The Toby Carvery was warm, busy, and smelling dangerously good when I arrived. Craig was already there, and after I had filled a plate with enough roast potatoes to affect the handling of the pickup, we sat down for a proper catch-up.
Ethan, good to see you. I was starting to think you had become too important for a meal indoors. Every time Freddie turns up, he tells me you were either with cows, in a field, or buying another Claas machine large enough to block a village road.
That does sound like Freddie. I wanted to come in because I know we have had the delivery system running for a while now, but I have not actually sat down with you in far too long. After what happened with Oliver, I realized I cannot just assume people are happy because no one has complained.
I appreciate that. From my side, the firewood deliveries have been spot on. Freddie is always on time, he stacks things where we ask, and he actually checks if we need anything changing before he leaves. That lad is good for you, Ethan. He takes pride in it.
He does. When I hired him, I needed help. Now I think the farm would feel strange without him. He has taken Woodland Hill, sheep, deliveries, and half the cattle work, and somehow still finds time to mock every decision I make.
That is how you know he is comfortable. But yes, the service is good. The wood burns well, the deliveries are clean, and we have never had to chase. That matters more than people think. Restaurants do not want drama from suppliers. We want the thing to arrive when it is meant to arrive.
That is exactly what I needed to hear. When Pete left me Yew Tree, everything changed at once. More cows, more fields, more equipment, more responsibility. Some things slipped, and I have been trying to make sure that does not happen again.
Pete would have understood that. He was a good man, but even he would have struggled with the size of what landed on you. The important thing is that you did not stay overwhelmed. You built systems, found good help, and kept your promises once you had your feet under you.
I still think about him a lot, especially when I am in that yard. It is his farm in so many ways, even now. I am just trying to look after it well enough that if he could see it, he would not think I had made a mess of the place.
From where I am sitting, he would be proud. You came here years ago trying to sell firewood like every pound mattered. Because it did. Now you are running a real farm business, supplying half the valley, and still coming in to ask if the logs are arriving on time. That says a lot.
Craig had a way of making things feel simpler. He was not interested in tractor horsepower or field numbers. He cared whether people did what they said they would do. By the time I left, I was full enough to regret several decisions, but the meeting had done exactly what I hoped. Craig was happy, Freddie was doing a brilliant job, and one more early customer was still firmly with us. I drove back to Yew Tree Farm in the afternoon, pulled up by the house, and sat for a moment looking across the yard. May had not been dramatic, but it mattered. The farm was not just built on land, animals, and machinery, it was built on trust, one delivery at a time. I parked the pickup, headed inside, and called it a month. May was done. June arrived with the farm sitting in that strange pause before summer work really begins. The canola was thickening up in the fields, the cattle were settled, and Field 54, Arthur Haynes's old field, had finally started to look like it belonged to us. A few months ago, it was covered in withered wheat and felt like someone else's land. Now it was green, clean, and slowly becoming another working part of Yew Tree Farm. There was not a huge list of jobs this month, but there was one important one. The new grass field needed feeding. I walked across the yard to the Zerian saddle track, climbed into the cab, and started it up. The slurry pit had been filling all winter, and with the cows producing every month, we had plenty sitting there ready to go back onto the land. That was the part of the system I liked most. Nothing wasted. The cows ate feed grown from the fields, the slurry went back into the soil, and the soil grew the next crop or cut of grass. It was not glamorous, but it worked. I backed the tanker up to the slurry pit and started filling. 30,000 liters slowly loaded in behind me. Once the tanker was full, I pulled out of the yard and headed up toward Field 54. The grass looked good when I arrived. It had taken well, the rows had filled in, and with another month of growth, it should be ready to cut. We had bought this field for 150,000 pounds, which was not a small decision, but looking at it now, it made sense. More grass meant more hay for Oliver, more square bales for Sarah, more silage for winter, more feed security for the cows. It was not a flashy purchase, but it was the kind of field that quietly earns its keep year after year. After the early years, when every job felt like asking too much from small equipment, that still felt slightly unreal. The slurry went down cleanly, dark lines disappearing into the grass. Field by field, year by year, the farm had become more organized. We were not just chasing money anymore, we were planning systems. Cows feeding fields, fields feeding cows, grass feeding customers, customers paying for the next expansion. It was all connected now, like a big muddy clock with very expensive hands. Sarah needed big square bales. Oliver wanted a strong stockpile after what happened with Callum. But silage was tempting as well. Big square silage bales could become a serious moneymaker, especially now we had a separate wrapper. If we could split the cuts between hay and silage, the grass operation would stop being just cattle support and become another proper income stream. The field did not take long with the saddle track. That was the beauty of this setup. Big tank, wide application, plenty of power, and suddenly a job that could have eaten half a day was finished before lunch. Field 54 was fed. Arthur had trusted us with this land, and that mattered. It was not just another purchase on a map. It was another old piece of the valley sliding into Ethan Manston's farm, and I wanted to make sure we made something good from it. The drive back to Yew Tree was quiet. I parked the tanker, washed down what needed washing, and shut the tractor off in the yard. Freddie had the animals under control, the canola was still growing, and the new grass field had its first real feed. June was not a dramatic month. No big sale, no new machine, no argument in someone's yard. Just slurry, grass, and a field starting to pay back the faith we had put into it. June was done, and July was going to be busy. July arrived with money landing before the engines had even started. The spring mowing scheme finally paid out, and Field 54 had already begun earning its place on the farm. Arthur's old field brought in 22,500 pounds on its own, with the other grass fields adding another 14,000 each, plus around 12,000 from Field 3. Just like that, over 55,000 pounds came in before we had cut a single blade of grass. The irony was that the grass was ready, but this month it had to wait. Field 98, Field 3, and Field 54 were all sitting there green and tempting, but the canola had turned first, bright, golden, and ready for harvest. So July was not a mowing month. July was combine month. I called Freddie while walking across the yard toward the Lexion.
Morning, boss. I saw the scheme money come in. Are we cutting grass today, or are you pretending not to stare at the canola?
The canola wins today. Grass can wait until August. I am taking the Lexion out, and I will get started in the first field.
I can run the combine if you want. You know, let the younger generation have a go before you start calling it heritage equipment.
No chance. I am combining this one. You can trailer for me, and maybe next year I will let you sit in the big seat.
You say that every year. Fine, I will grab the trailer. Try not to enjoy yourself too much.
I climbed into the Lexion, started it up, and drove out to the field. The header went on, the combine unfolded, and the first strip of canola disappeared into the machine. There was no straw to worry about this time, which made the job feel strangely clean. Just seed into the tank, trailer alongside, and golden rows falling away ahead of us. For a while, it was peaceful. The Lexion worked through the crop. Freddie hauled loads back to the yard, and the farm looked exactly how I had dreamed it would years ago. Big combine, strong crop, good machinery, and enough help that the whole job did not sit on my shoulders alone. Then the phone rang.
Ethan, it is Eleanor Whitmore. I hope I have not caught you at a bad time.
Hi, Eleanor. I am in the combine, but I can talk. Is this about Callum?
It is. After the incident at Oliver's yard, the estate carried out a full review of Mr. Draper's tenancy. That included the report from Oliver, previous complaints, field inspections, animal welfare notes, payment records, and the earlier breach warning. The decision has now been made that his tenancy will not be renewed at the end of the next farming year.
So he has not lost it today, but the clock has started.
Correct. He will be given time to wind down, clear his position, and appeal through the usual channels if he chooses. But unless something extraordinary changes, that holding will return to the estate next summer. We will be looking for a new tenant with strong local references and a proven record of responsible farming.
That is a serious step.
It is not one we take lightly, but the estate cannot ignore repeated failures, especially where safety and conduct are concerned. I also wanted to ask you something directly. Do you know anyone local who may be suitable when the application process opens?
I do, actually. Freddie Black. He works for me now, but he has been talking more about wanting a place of his own one day. He knows livestock, grass work, deliveries, machinery, customers, and estate land. He is reliable, and he cares about the job.
I had wondered if you might say that. His name has come up more than once in relation to Woodland Hill. When the process begins, encourage him to apply. A recommendation from you would carry weight, but he would still need to stand on his own merits.
He can do that. I will speak to him, but only when the time is right. I do not want him thinking anything is promised.
That is wise. Nothing is promised yet. But there may be a door opening, and I thought you should know before rumors take over the valley.
The call ended, and I just sat there for a few seconds with the combine still rumbling beneath me. Callum had spent years blaming everyone else for every lost chance, and now one of those chances might become Freddie's way forward. I finished the field, unloaded the final tank into Freddie's trailer, and then called him over the radio. Freddie, I have just had Eleanor on the phone. Callum's tenancy is not being renewed after next year. The estate will be looking for a new tenant.
Right, that is big. What does that have to do with me?
She asked if I knew anyone suitable. I mentioned you. Nothing is promised, and you would have to apply like everyone else. But if you still want your own farm one day, this might be a real way in. August arrived like every other new year on the farm, with grass waiting, cattle fed, and machinery needing fuel. To me, it was just another season beginning. Another year of work, another set of fields, another list of jobs. But looking back, there was something different in the air. Not louder, not dramatic, just a quiet feeling that the farm had reached a place I used to dream about.
Morning, boss. I've got the mower hitched and I'm heading for field 98. Grass is looking thick this year, especially Arthur's old field. I reckon we're going to pull a serious amount of hay out of this lot.
Morning, Freddie. That sounds good. I'll jump on the tedder and follow along behind you. We'll make all of it into hay this month. Big square bales, nice and clean. Field 54 gets its first proper cut as part of Yew Tree, so let's see what it gives us.
I still can't believe that field's ours now. Feels like every time I look up, this farm has grown another arm.
It has. Expensive arms, mostly. I'll meet you out there. I climbed into the tractor, hitched onto the tedder, and headed down to the field. Freddie was already cutting by the time I arrived, the mower laying grass down in clean, wide strips. It's funny how normal it all looked now. Big machinery, big fields, Freddie working ahead, me following behind. Years ago, one mower and one small tractor felt like a mountain. Now it was just Tuesday with more diesel.
Ethan, I thought I'd check you were still alive. Haven't heard from you in a while. And when I don't hear from you, I assume you've either bought another Claas or been buried under sheep wool.
Bit of both, really. We've bought more machinery, sold plenty of wool, added Arthur's old field, and somehow Freddie's still speaking to me.
I heard about Arthur. Good bit of land that. He was pleased it went to you. Said he'd rather see it worked than watched by someone counting resale value from the gate.
It means a lot. Arthur gave me work when I had almost nothing, and now we're cutting hay off his old field. Feels strange, but in a good way.
And Freddie? Word around the valley is he's put his name forward for Callum's place.
He has. He's nervous, but he's ready. He knows animals, machinery, customers, estate land, deliveries, all of it. If he gets the chance, I think he'll do well.
He will. He's had a good teacher. And Callum?
Still winding down, from what I know. I don't want to dance on the bloke's grave, Giles. He made some bad choices, but losing a farm is still a heavy thing.
That's the right way to look at it. Just remember, you didn't take it from him. He let it slip. You keep your eyes on your own gate.
Later that afternoon, I was back at the yard hitching up the Claas quadrant. The big square baler had changed the way the grass business worked. Sarah liked the bales, Oliver liked the bales, and the bale barn looked a lot tidier because of them. I headed into field 98, dropped the pickup, and started the first pass. The quadrant swallowed the row and pushed out the first big square hay bale of the season. Behind me, Freddie was still rowing the next field, and ahead of me the hay sat in golden lines across the grass. Field 98 went smoothly. The Xerion pulled the baler without a care, and bale after bale dropped behind us. By the time I finished, Freddie was arriving with the bale trailer.
I'll start hauling these back while you move to field 54. That new field looks ready for you.
Good plan. And Freddie, have you sent off everything for the estate application now?
Yeah, it's all in. References, figures, plan for the stock, plan for the land, everything. I'm excited, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't terrified. It's one thing working on your farm. It's another thing looking at a place and thinking every mistake will have my name on it.
That's farming. You never feel completely ready. You just get enough knowledge, enough grit, and enough stubbornness to start. If you get it, I'll help where I can. Advice, machinery, contacts, whatever you need.
Thanks, Ethan. I know I joke around, but this job changed everything for me. If I do get that place, it'll be because of what I learned here.
You earned that yourself. I just gave you enough work to complain about.
You did a brilliant job of that.
September came in with the hay safely stacked, the new field finally doing its share, and Freddie already out in the crop fields before I'd even finished looking across the yard. August had been grass, bales, and a lot of thinking about Freddie's future. September was back to customers, cultivation, and getting next year's crop into the ground.
Morning, boss. I'm out cultivating the first field now. Ground's working nicely. Once this one's done, I'll move straight over to the second.
Sounds good. I've got some bale deliveries to do while you're on that. Oliver's getting 8 big square hay bales, then I'll come back, load 12 for Sarah, and after that, I'll grab the cedar and follow you in with wheat.
Wheat this year, then?
Wheat this year. Canola treated us well, but wheat gives us grain and straw. And with the cattle numbers we've got now, that straw's worth having.
Good plan. I'll get the fields ready. You go and keep the horse people happy.
I climbed into the tractor, hitched onto the bale trailer, and made my way to the barn. 8 big square hay bales were already loaded and strapped down, sitting there like a neat little stack of money. Since we moved into square bales, the delivery side of the farm had felt cleaner, easier to stack, easier to move, easier to sell, and customers like Oliver and Sarah both preferred them. The drive to Oliver's yard took me through the village and up past the roads we'd used for years. His place looked much calmer than it had during the Callum mess. The horses were out, the yard was tidy, and the hay storage was open and ready. I backed the trailer into position, unstrapped the load, and unloaded all 8 bales into his storage area. Oliver had wanted a steady stockpile, and I didn't blame him. After nearly losing trust in suppliers, then nearly losing a hay barn, a full shed probably felt like peace of mind. The payment came through not long after, putting us up to around 302,000 pounds. Not bad for one delivery before lunch. By the time I got back to Yew Tree Farm, Freddie had finished the first field and was heading into the second. I parked by the bale barn again and loaded the next order. 12 big square hay bales for Sarah's livery yard. Her place was a different sort of customer to Oliver. Cleaner, tidier, more particular, and the sort of yard where everything had a place and a label. That made it a good client to have, but also one we couldn't get sloppy with. I strapped the load down and headed out again. Sarah's yard looked immaculate when I arrived. Fences painted, horses settled, gravel clean, not a bale or bucket out of place. It reminded me why she hadn't wanted round bales all those years ago. She knew exactly what suited her setup, and now, finally, we could supply it. I pulled into the delivery area, backed up to the storage shed, and unloaded the 12 hay bales into a clean stack. Another payment came through, and the bank climbed to around 315,000 pounds. 2 customers sorted, and the day wasn't even close to finished. Back at Yew Tree, I dropped off the bale trailer and hitched onto the cedar. Freddie had done his bit well. Both fields were cultivated, dark, clean, and ready to take seed. I filled up with wheat, headed out to the first field, lowered the drill, and started the first run. Wheat felt like the right crop for this year. Not flashy, not experimental, just useful. Grain to sell later, straw for bedding and TMR, and a strong crop to carry the farm through another cycle. The farm didn't need giant risks anymore. We weren't clawing for survival. We were building steady years on top of steady years, which is a much nicer kind of stress. As I worked through the field, I started thinking about everything moving around us. Freddie had his application in. Rosie and I had settled into the house. Callum was winding down. Woodland Hill was full of sheep and wool. Yew Tree had dairy, beef, grain, hay, silage, and customers who actually called us by choice. The farm had become a machine, but not a cold one. It had people in it, history in it, mistakes, luck, help, and a lot of mud. The seeder ran smoothly, laying wheat into the ground row by row. I liked watching new seed go in. Harvests were the big moments, but planting was where the promise started. September wasn't dramatic, but it was one of those months that holds the whole farm together. Bales out, money in, seed in the ground, and another year quietly taking shape beneath the soil. September was done. October arrived cold, clear, and surprisingly organized. The wheat was in the ground, Freddie had the animals ticking over, and for once, the farm wasn't screaming for a new machine, a new field, or another emergency fix. We had milk ready to sell, cattle ready to move on, and a bank balance that was starting to look almost unreal. The dairy tank was full again, sitting at 50,000 liters, so I'd called the milkman first thing. By the time I walked across the yard, the tanker had already pulled in and was parked beside the dairy barn, hoses connected, pump running, and another month of milk turning into money. But the milk wasn't the only sale happening today. The beef side had filled up again, and it was time to make room. I'd spoken to Evan the butcher, and instead of dragging the animal trailer up and down the road all day, he'd sent a lorry to collect the cattle in one go. There were too many to mess around with small trips, and at this stage of the farm, saving time mattered as much as saving money. I made my way over toward the beef paddock, past the fences, and down to where the lorry had backed in. The cattle were ready. 59 of the older beef cows were going today, along with the older group that needed clearing to give the younger animals space to grow. They were worth good money, around 2,500 pounds each, and the pen needed breathing room before the next lot came through. Still, it's never just numbers when you've raised them here. I stood by the gate for a moment while the lorry was loaded. These animals had been part of the farm for months, some for years, and they'd helped build everything around us. The beef business had become one of the strongest parts of Yew Tree, but it only worked if we kept it moving. Calves had to become young stock had to grow, older cattle had to be sold, and the cycle had to carry on. But once the cattle reached the market and Evan's payment came through, that number jumped. I spent the next little while doing small checks around the farm. The young stock had more space, the dairy cows were quiet, the milk tanker had gone, and Freddie was still getting feed moved around like nothing had happened. Then the payment landed. 516,000 pounds. I just stood there looking at the figure for a second. 500,000 pounds in the bank, milk sold, cattle sold, pens cleared, and no giant purchase plan to swallow it all straight away. That was the strangest part. For years, every bit of money had somewhere to go before it even arrived. Now, for once, the farm could breathe. Later, I headed back to the house. Rosie was in the kitchen when I walked in, and I must have still had the look on my face because she noticed straight away.
That either went very well, or you've accidentally bought another tractor and you're trying to look innocent.
No tractor this time. Milk's gone, cattle are sold, and the bank's sitting at just over 500,000.
Ethan, that's incredible. You do realize that, don't you?
I do, I think. It's just strange. I spent so long chasing the next payment that I don't always know what to do when the farm's actually ahead.
Maybe you enjoy it for 5 minutes before finding another job.
5 minutes sounds ambitious. We left it there for the day. No drama, no big speech, no new plan. Just milk sold, cattle moved on, and the farm stronger than it had ever been. October was done. November started over at Woodland Hill Farm, which still felt strange every time I arrived and didn't live there anymore.
I swear there are more sheep here every time I open this gate. I'm starting to think they've got a committee meeting at night and vote on how to make my life harder.
They've done well though. Too well, really. The meadow's packed, the shed's packed, and we're hauling feed over here more often than I'd like.
They're healthy, but we need to clear numbers. They don't make huge money each, but when there's this many, it adds up. And if we don't thin them out now, winter feeding's going to become a proper circus.
Agreed. We'll sell the extras, keep the main flock strong, and give the meadow a bit of breathing room. Once that's sorted, we'll get back to Yew Tree. Grass is ready again, and this time I want silage as well as hay.
Good. I'll feed the cows when we get back, then I'll hitch the mower. You grab the rower, and we'll get through it.
Once the sheep were sorted and the numbers were back under control, we headed back to Yew Tree Farm. November wasn't just another hay month. With the square baler and wrapper now part of the setup, we could finally make proper square silage bales as well. That meant a bit more work after baling, but it also meant more value sitting in the barn later. Freddie got the mower on first and headed for field 98. I climbed into my tractor, hitched up the windrower, and followed him out. This time, most of the grass was going into silage, so there was no need to ted everything. Cut it, row it, bale it, wrap it. Simple enough on paper, less simple when the day starts stretching into evening. Field 98 was first. Freddie opened it up with the mower, and I followed behind, pulling the cut grass into clean rows ready for the quadrant. The field looked brilliant. Thick grass, good regrowth, and the kind of crop that made the new square bale system feel like the right call. From there, we moved through the rest of the grass work. Field 54, Arthur's old field, was coming into its own now. It still felt new to us, but it was already feeding the farm in more ways than one. More grass meant more bales, and more bales meant more choices. Field 3 was the exception this month. That one we turned into hay. A bit of tedding, a bit of drying, and another stack of square hay bales for the shed. Between Oliver, Sarah, and the cows, hay never sat around for long. Once the mowing and rowing were done, Freddie jumped onto the quadrant and started baling. I watched him take the first rows through the baler, square bales dropping out behind him one after another. A few years ago, Freddie was the new lad trying to find his place. Now he was running big kit, managing animals, handling deliveries, and getting ready to take on a farm of his own. I didn't say much about that out loud, not yet, but I noticed it. When the silage bales were ready, I hitched up the wrapper and headed into field 98. This was the first time we'd used it properly on the square bales, and it felt like a whole new little system clicking into place. I opened the wrapper, lined up with the first bale, and watched it pull the bale in, spin it, cover it in white film, and drop it back onto the grass. One bale done, then another, then another. Soon, the field was dotted with white-wrapped bales, sitting there like giant marshmallows that cost a fortune to make and somehow smelled worse. They'd stay out for a bit, fermenting into silage before we moved them properly into storage. It wasn't the fastest job, but it was satisfying. Every wrapped bale was future feed or future money. We left the silage bales in place to ferment, parked the wrapper back in the yard, and washed down the worst of the grass dust and mud. November had been a working month. Sheep reduced, fields cut, hay made, silage wrapped, and another part of the farm system tightened up before winter. I shut the tractor down, looked back across the yard, and called it there. November was done. December settled over the farm with cold air, quiet fields, and the kind of winter light that makes every shed look older than it is. The grass work was done for now, the wheat was in the ground, and the wrapped bales from November were slowly turning into silage. It felt like the farm had finally started storing more than it used. More feed, more stock, more money, and more breathing room. I started the month at the bale barn, just checking what we had in front of us. The square system had changed everything. For once, winter didn't feel like something we were scraping through. It felt prepared. Freddie was already climbing into the saddle track while I walked across the yard.
Morning, boss. I'll take the slurry tanker out and start putting nitrogen into the wheat fields. They were looking hungry when we checked them, so this should wake them up a bit.
Sounds good. I'm going to head over to Woodland Hill for a look around. We haven't spent enough time there lately, and I want to check the sheep and wool before spring.
No problem. I'll get the slurry down and try not to make the entire valley smell like progress.
I took the pickup over to Woodland Hill Farm, and as soon as I pulled through the gate, it hit me how much the place had changed. This used to be the big, scary step. The estate lease, the sheep, the woodland, the rent, the pressure of proving we could actually run more than one yard. Now, it was just part of the business. But that didn't make it less important. The sheep barn was busy, the meadow was full, and the wool stacks were already building up again, ready for April. That old grass meadow had turned into a sheep paradise. Years ago, I stood here wondering if taking Woodland Hill was too much. Now, it was one of the reasons the whole farm worked. The sheep, the wool, all of it started here. This place had given us a way forward when Yew Tree wasn't even part of the story yet. I missed living here sometimes, but not in a sad way. More like you miss an old jacket that got you through bad weather. After a while, I stopped staring at the past and headed back to Yew Tree. There was still work to do, and we had grain in storage that needed selling. Back at the yard, I hitched onto the grain trailer and pulled up beneath the silo. We had 87,500 liters of canola sitting in storage, and prices were good, around 1,000 pounds per 1,000 liters. That was too good to ignore. The first load filled the trailer with 22,500 liters. I pulled out of the yard and headed down to the mill, watching Freddie in the distance working slurry into the wheat fields. It was a nice feeling, seeing someone else carrying the farm forward while I handled another job. It wasn't all on me anymore. At the mill, the first trailer load tipped out and brought in around 25,000 pounds. That sound of grain unloading never gets old. It's months of work turning into money in a few seconds. Then it was back to the farm for another load. And another. Each trip felt the same, but the bank kept climbing. Fill the trailer, drive to the mill, unload, turn around, and head back. By the time I was on the final run, the bank was already pushing past 700,000 pounds. The last load was just under 20,000 liters, and when it tipped into the grate, the final payment came through. 724,000 pounds in the bank. I sat in the tractor for a moment after that, looking at the number. Not because we needed to buy anything. That was the strange part. The tractors were there, the combine was there, the balers were there, the cows were producing, the sheep were working, the customers were happy, and the fields were planted. There wasn't some urgent purchase waiting to swallow the money. For the first time in years, it felt like the farm wasn't chasing the next step. It had become the thing I was trying to build. As I drove back, the light was fading, and Freddie was still out in the field, the saddle track moving slowly through the winter gloom. Slurry going down, wheat being fed, money in the bank, bales in the barn, cows in the sheds, sheep on the hill. December didn't need a big ending. It already had one. We weren't surviving anymore. We were farming. December was done. January arrived, cold, still, and strangely peaceful. Christmas had been and gone, and for once, it hadn't been squeezed in between panic, paperwork, or some machine deciding to ruin the week. Rosie's parents had come over this year, and somehow, Yew Tree Farm had managed to look almost civilized. The house was warm, the food was good, everyone got along, and for a couple of days the farm felt less like a job and more like a home. Freddie had taken the month off, which he'd earned 100 times over. The animals were settled, the wheat was in the ground, and there wasn't much that needed doing that couldn't wait. So, I decided to do something I'd been putting off for too long. I climbed into the pickup, pulled out of the yard, and drove down toward the church. The roads were quiet, the hedges bare, and the fields looked half asleep under the winter sky. I'd done this drive before, but it felt different now. The last time I came here, Yew Tree still felt like something I was trying to prove I deserved. Now, after everything that had happened, it felt like I was coming back with a report. I pulled into the church car park, switched the truck off, and sat there for a few seconds before getting out. Then I walked through the old archway and around the back, where Pete Mercer's gravestone sat quietly beneath the trees. For a moment, I didn't say anything. "Hi, Pete. It's been a while. I kept meaning to come down sooner, but you know how the farm gets. There's always something. Cows need feeding, fields need cutting, sheep need sorting, Freddie needs stopping before he names another piece of equipment something stupid. I thought I'd come and tell you how things are going. Yew Tree's doing well, better than I knew how to make it do at the start, if I'm being fair. The dairy barn's full now, 100 cows, and the milk tank fills so often it barely feels real. The beef side's grown too. We've had more calves than I know what to do with some months, and the farm actually makes money from them now, instead of me just staring at feed bills wondering what I've done. We've got proper machinery here now. Big Claas tractors, Alexion combine, square balers, slurry gear, the kind of kit I used to look at and assume belonged to someone else's life. I don't think you'd believe half of it if you saw it. Then again, maybe you would. You always seem to see more in me than I did. Rosie lives at the farmhouse now. I think you'd like that. She's good for this place. Good for me too. She makes the house feel like someone actually lives in it, not just like a muddy man comes inside occasionally to eat toast and worry about cattle. Her parents came over for Christmas, and it went well. The farm didn't embarrass me too badly, which feels like a seasonal miracle. Freddie's still here too, though maybe not for much longer. He's got a chance at his own farm now. Callum's old place, actually. Strange how things turn. Freddie came in as a worker and somehow became one of the main reasons this whole thing works. He's blunt, loud, and acts like every sensible decision I make is personally offensive to him. But he's good. Really good. If he gets that place, he'll make something of it. I wish I could tell you it was easy, but it wasn't. Taking this farm on was harder than I ever admitted. There were months where I thought I'd ruin what you left me. Months where every building felt like it still belonged to you, and every mistake felt like I was letting you down. I didn't always know what I was doing. I still don't some days. But I kept going. We kept going. Woodland Hill's thriving, the sheep are everywhere, the wool business is strong, the fields are working, and Yew Tree feels alive again. Not frozen in the way it was when you left it, but not erased either. I've tried to build on it without burying what you made. None of this happens without you. Not the farm, not Freddie, not Rosie moving in, not the dairy, not the cattle, not any of it. You gave me more than land and buildings. You gave me a chance to become someone who could look after them. So, thank you. For the tractor at the start, for the work, for the trust, for Yew Tree, for believing I might be able to do this before I knew if I could. I stood there a little longer after that, with the churchyard quiet around me and the winter air biting at my hands. There wasn't anything else to say. Pete had given me a farm, and somehow, year by year, it had become a life. I walked back through the archway, climbed into the pickup, and headed home. January was done. February arrived with winter still clinging to the yard. The fields were quiet. The wheat was sitting low in the ground, and most of the work had moved back into the barns. After January's visit to Pete, it felt good to get back into something simple. Feed, animals, bedding, gates, trailers. The kind of jobs that don't ask for a big speech, just warm gloves and a working tractor.
Morning, boss. I'm getting the Silo King ready, but if you're not buried in paperwork, I could use a hand loading bales. We're getting right down to the last of the old round ones now.
Yeah, no problem. Let's use up the round bales first, then we'll start leaning fully into the square stuff.
Sounds good. I'll bring the mixer over and line it up. Cows are already looking at me like I've personally delayed breakfast.
It's funny how much the feed system had changed over the years. At one point, feeding cattle felt like an occasional panic. Now it was a full routine. Dairy cows, beef cows, young stock, different pens, different needs, and if the TMR wasn't ready, the whole farm knew about it. The last of the round bales were sitting off to one side, a reminder of the older system before the quadrant changed everything. They'd done their job, but they were awkward now compared to the square bales. Still, feed is feed, and there was no point letting them sit around because they didn't match the new furniture. Two at a time, I moved the bales across and dropped them into the mixer. First the older hay bales, then silage, then more hay to balance the mix. The Silo King took each one in and chewed through it, turning last year's grass work into this morning's cattle feed.
That'll do it. Nice full load. I'll take this through the dairy barn first, then the beef paddock, then the indoor pen. If I'm not back in half an hour, assume the jerseys have staged a sit-in.
Try not to negotiate with them. They already think they run the place.
They do run the place. We just drive the machines.
He pulled away with the mixer, and I watched him head down through the yard. That was going to be one of the strange things when he left for his own farm. Freddie had become part of the background noise of Yew Tree. Tractor starting, mixer running, radio jokes, gates clanging, sheep complaining somewhere in the distance. It was going to be quieter without him. But not today. Today, there was still work to do. I walked over to the pickup, hitched on the animal trailer, and drove across to the young beef cow barn. The barn was busy again. 6 newborn calves, 11 one-month-old calves, and their mothers all packed into a space that was starting to feel too tight. Everyone was healthy, but we needed to make room before the next group arrived. At first glance, it looked like a selling job, but it wasn't. These weren't animals going out of the system. This was just moving them into the right place. The calves were strong enough, the mothers were settled, and the big beef paddock had the room they needed. Just steady gaits, quiet movements, and enough patience to stop the job becoming a mess. The first load went down to the big paddock and unloaded cleanly. The calves stepped off beside their mothers, a bit unsure at first, then quickly settled once they found familiar sides and fresh space. I headed back for the second group and did the same again. By the time the last of them were moved, the upper barn looked better straight away. More room, less pressure, cleaner space, and enough flexibility for the next calves that would come through. The beef system only worked if each group kept moving forward. Young calves into the barn, stronger pairs into the paddock, older cattle sold when the time was right. One slow shuffle after another, but it kept the whole thing alive. Freddie was finishing the feeding as I parked the trailer back in the yard.
All cows fed. No riots, no injuries, and only one jersey gave me a look I'd describe as legally threatening.
Good work. I've moved the mothers and calves down to the paddock, and the upper barn's got room again. That should keep us ahead for a bit.
Ahead? On a farm? Dangerous words, boss.
He was right, of course. But for once, it did feel like we'd kept ahead of it. The cattle were fed, the calves were moved, the barns were tidier, and winter was nearly behind us. I parked the pickup by the house, shut the door, and headed inside to warm up. March arrived with the first signs of spring creeping back into the yard. The field still looked cold, but the wheat was alive, the grass was starting to wake up, and the farm was already signed up for the usual schemes. Avoid mowing during spring, natural fertilizer, natural grazing, and reduced bale wrapping. Nothing glamorous, but all of it helped keep money coming in while we worked the farm the way we wanted to work it. Freddie was already busy with the TMR, so I took a quick walk through the cattle barn before heading off. The cows looked settled, the young stock had more space after February's moving around, and the dairy herd was running like clockwork. Freddie had that side under control, which meant I could do something I'd been thinking about for a while. I was going to see Callum. His tenancy was winding down now. In a few months, he'd be out, and the farm would be handed back to the estate. After everything that had happened, I could have just stayed away and let him deal with it alone. But something about that didn't sit right with me. Maybe it was Pete's grave still sitting in my head. Maybe it was Freddie's future. Maybe I just didn't want the last thing between us to be that night at Oliver's yard. I'd never really spent time there before, not beyond seeing his truck or hearing rumors through Giles. The lane climbed slightly, then opened into a yard with a farmhouse, a few sheds, a silage pit, bale storage, and fields stretching out beyond the front hedge. His red pickup was parked by the house. I walked up by one of the fences and looked over the fields. Freddie, I'm over at Callum's place now. I can see why the estate wants it kept as a working farm. It's got good land, decent yard space, barns, a pit, room for stock. It could suit someone who wanted to start smaller and build it carefully.
You're not helping my nerves there, boss. I keep trying not to picture it too much in case it doesn't happen.
That's fair. Nothing's yours until the paperwork says it is. But if it does happen, this isn't a bad place to begin. It needs work, but so did we.
Yeah, I'll try not to think about that while I'm feeding your cows and pretending I'm calm.
For a second, I thought about leaving. Then I knocked. Callum opened the door after a moment. He looked tired more than angry, which somehow made it harder.
If you've come to look around before the estate hands my life to someone else, you're a bit early.
I didn't come to gloat, Callum. I came to see how you were doing. I know that might sound stupid after everything, but I didn't want this to end with everyone just walking away.
That's generous. Very Ethan Manston. Turn up with concern once the other bloke's already lost. You've got a gift for standing in the right place at the right time.
I've had luck. I won't pretend I haven't. Pete leaving me Yew Tree changed my life. Woodland Hill changed it before that. But I also worked every day to keep those chances from falling apart. You had a chance here too.
I know. That's the worst bit. Everyone thinks I don't know. I know I made a mess of it. I know I let things slide. And I know Oliver's yard was... It was too far. I was angry and stupid, and I wanted someone else to feel small for once.
You could have hurt people. Horses too. You know that.
Yeah, I know. I tell myself I wasn't going to light anything, and maybe that's true. But it doesn't make standing there with Diesel any less insane. I've had a lot of time to think about that.
What happens after the lease ends?
I don't know. Sell what I can. Move somewhere cheaper. Take work if I can get it. Start again, if anyone's stupid enough to let me near a farm after this. I'm not asking for sympathy. I know what people think of me.
Then prove them wrong somewhere else. Not by fighting everyone. Not by blaming me or Rosie or the estate. Just take whatever comes next and do it better.
You make it sound simple.
It's not. Starting again is horrible. But it's still better than staying angry until there's nothing left.
If Freddie gets it, he'd better look after it.
He will, if he gets the chance.
Course he will. Everyone's always better when they're standing next to you.
No. Freddie's good because he worked to be good. Same as you could have. I drove back to Yew Tree with the farm waiting over the hill, Freddie still on the yard, Rosie at the house, and spring starting to push through the fields. April arrived with one of those jobs that had been building quietly in the background for months. The sheep at Woodland Hill had done what sheep do best, which is eat, wander around, look confused, and somehow produce a mountain of wool while nobody's watching. This month, it was finally time to sell it. I walked across the yard, climbed into the tractor, and hitched onto the flatbed trailer. Freddie was already down by the cattle barns, keeping the cows fed and the dairy routine moving like he always did now. Morning, Freddie. I'm heading over to Woodland Hill to start moving wool. There's a fair bit stacked up over there, so I think this is going to take most of the day.
Yeah, I saw the pile yesterday. Calling it a fair bit is generous. It looks like the sheep have been building a second sheep out of wool. I've got the cows sorted here, and I'll keep an eye on everything while you're gone.
Perfect. I'll get it shifted, then I'm going to stop in and see Diane after the last load. We haven't had a proper catch-up in ages.
Good idea. Tell her the sheep are working hard. I'd like that noted somewhere official.
Every time I drove through that gate, a little part of me still remembered the early days there. The small yard, the pressure of the lease, the sheep barn, the woodland, and that feeling that I'd taken on more than I could handle. Now, it was a completely different place. The meadow was full of sheep, the barn was busy, the spinnery was working away, and the wool stack was almost ridiculous. Woodland Hill wasn't just surviving anymore, it was thriving. I pulled the trailer alongside the first stack and started loading. Pallet after pallet went on, strapped down tight, and then I headed off to the farmer's market. The first load sold for around 25,000 pounds, and just like that, the day already felt worth it. Then I went back and did it again, and again. The job became a rhythm. Drive to Woodland Hill, load wool, shut the gate, head to market, unload, watch the bank climb, and turn around for another load. It wasn't exciting work, but it was satisfying. Every trailer load was proof that all those quiet months of feeding sheep and keeping the place running had paid off. By the time I came back for the final load, the bank was sitting at around 906,000 pounds. I had to look twice at that number. We were getting close to 1 million, and I still remembered when a few thousand pounds felt like the difference between carrying on and packing up. I loaded the last of the wool, closed the gate behind me, then drove around to the fabric area. The spinnery had 2 pallets ready this time, so I squeezed them into the back corner of the trailer, strapped everything down, and headed back to the farmer's market one last time. The final load sold, wool and fabric together, and the bank climbed again. 943,000 pounds. I pulled the tractor around the corner, parked in the market car park, and headed inside to find Diane.
Ethan Manston. I was starting to think you only existed as a tractor noise and a pile of wool pallets.
That's fair. I've been meaning to come in properly. We've been dropping off so much lately, but I haven't actually stopped and asked how things are going.
They're going very well. The wool sells, the fabric sells, and your deliveries are always clean. I remember when you were turning up here with bits of produce and firewood, hoping it would cover the next bill. Now look at you.
It still feels strange sometimes. Woodland Hill used to feel huge on its own. Then Yew Tree came along, then the dairy, the beef, the crops, Freddie, Rosie, all of it. Some months I still feel like I'm trying to catch up with the farm.
That's because it grew with you. Farms don't just become big in one day. People see the tractors and the money, but they don't see the years where you were tired, muddy, and trying to make one job lead to the next.
Rosie's settled in now. Freddie's got a chance at his own place too, if everything keeps moving the way it is. It feels like everyone's life is changing at the same time.
That's not a bad thing. It means what you built is strong enough for other people to build from it. You should be proud of that, Ethan.
I stayed a little while longer, talking through the farm, the sheep, the customers, and how strange it felt to be so close to 1 million pounds in the bank. Diane had been there from the small days, which made it easier to believe the big days were real. Eventually, I headed back out to the tractor and started the drive home. April had been wool, fabric, money, and one more reminder that the farm hadn't just grown. It had become something. April was done. May arrived with the farm sitting in one of the strongest places it had ever been. The wool money from April had pushed us close to a number I'd never really imagined seeing, and the whole place felt like it was running with a rhythm now. I walked out of the house with around 950,000 pounds in the bank, which still sounded ridiculous. Freddie was already out early, of course, feeding cows, checking the dairy herd, and doing the milking like he did most mornings now. Somewhere along the way, that had become his routine. He knew the cows, knew the timings, knew the little problems before they became bigger ones, and I trusted him with it completely. It was time for actual work. We had bale deliveries to do. Sarah and Oliver both needed stock, and after the square bale setup proved itself, these deliveries were starting to feel like a proper part of the business. I climbed into the big tractor, hitched up the flatbed trailer, and headed over to the bale barn. The order was a decent one. 8 big square silage bales and 18 big square hay bales. Plenty of weight, plenty of value, and exactly the kind of load that made me glad we'd moved away from trying to shuffle round bales everywhere. I jumped into the telehandler and started loading, stacking the hay first, then the silage bales, keeping the trailer balanced and tidy. Once everything was strapped down, I climbed back into the tractor and headed out toward Oliver's place. His yard looked calm when I arrived. Horses in the paddocks, storage area clear, everything back to normal after the mess Callum had dragged to his doorstep. I pulled in beside the bale shed, undid the straps, and started unloading his 8 hay bales into the storage area. One by one, they came off the trailer and stacked neatly where he wanted them. It was simple work, but it meant something. Oliver trusted us again. After nearly losing that customer, and after everything that followed, seeing his barn filled with our hay felt like closing a loop. The payment came through, and the bank climbed again. From there, I headed over to Sarah's livery yard with the rest of the load. The drive gave me a minute to think about how much these smaller contracts had changed. Years ago, customers like Sarah felt out of reach because we didn't have the right bales, the right kit, or the right reputation. Now we were turning up with clean square bales, proper delivery equipment, and enough supply to keep the relationship going. Sarah's place looked immaculate, as always. Fresh fences, clean yard, tidy storage, horses settled, not a thing out of place. It was the sort of place where you did not want to arrive late, messy, or half prepared. I was glad we had her as a client now, and I wanted to keep it that way. I backed into her delivery area and started unloading. The hay bales went in first, stacked along the storage wall. Then the silage bales followed, heavy and wrapped, ready for when she needed them. By the time the trailer was empty, the yard looked fully stocked again. The payment landed a moment later, and the bank moved up once more. We were right on the edge of £1 million. 10 years ago, I had nothing but a borrowed chance, a bit of stubbornness, and no real idea what I was doing. It didn't feel like luck anymore. It felt like years of small decisions finally stacking high enough to see from the road. I drove back to Yew Tree Farm with an empty trailer behind me and the sun dropping over the yard. Freddie was still down by the cows, the bale barn was tidy, the fields were growing, and for once, there was nothing urgent trying to drag us into chaos. May was done, and the farm was closer than ever to $1 million. June arrived with the farm looking almost too settled. The wheat was standing strong in the fields, the bale barn was stocked, the cows were quiet, and the milk tank was full again. 50,000 liters, ready to go, so I'd called the milkman before breakfast. By the time I walked through the dairy barn, the tanker was already outside with the hose running. Freddie had done the milking early, like he did most mornings now, and the whole system was moving without me needing to chase every little job. Then the payment came through. £1 million. I just stood there for a second, looking at the number. 10 years ago, I was counting every pound and trying to make a few pallets of firewood feel like a business. Now Yew Tree Farm had $1 million in the bank, cows in the barn, sheep at Woodland Hill, wheat in the ground, and more work than one person could ever do alone.
Ethan, are you near the yard? I've just had a call from Eleanor. The estate accepted my application. I've got it. I've actually got the farm.
Freddie, that's brilliant. That's genuinely brilliant. Come over to the pickup. We'll go and have a look at it together.
I don't know whether to celebrate or throw up. Might do both if we're efficient.
Try not to do either in my truck. That's where I lived before Yew Tree. That garage is where I stored tools, firewood, whatever I could turn into money. I used to think if I could just get through one more month, I'd be all right.
Strange seeing it now, isn't it?
Yeah, but in a good way. Everyone needs somewhere to start. We carried on up the road and pulled into Callum's old yard. His red pickup was still there, parked near the house. Callum came out as we parked.
So it's you then? Should have guessed.
I've been accepted, yeah. I know this is awkward, Callum. I don't want to make it worse.
It is worse. But not because of you. I had my chance and I lost it. If you're taking it on, look after it better than I did.
That's all anyone can do. Start where they are and try not to waste the chance.
Good luck with it.
Thanks. I'll do my best. Ethan, thanks for everything. I mean it.
You earned this, Freddie. I'll see you back at Yew Tree later. I drove away on my own and stopped again at the old rented house. I got out, stood in the driveway for a minute, and looked at that garage. It was just a building, but to me, it still felt like the place where the whole thing began to turn. Firewood, small contracts, late nights, bad equipment, good luck, and enough stubbornness to keep going. After that, I headed over to Woodland Hill Farm. I walked past the allotment, the sheep shed, the meadow full of animals, the wool stacks, the sawmill, and the woodland at the back. This place had been the first big step, the one that made me feel like a farmer instead of a bloke trying to survive in a caravan. Now it was part of something much bigger. I ended the month walking through the trees, listening to the wind in the branches, Freddie was leaving soon, and that meant I'd need someone new. The farm had grown beyond what I could run alone, and that was a good problem to have. £1 million in the bank, Rosie at home, Freddie starting his own place, Woodland Hill still thriving, Yew Tree stronger than ever. July arrived like any other month on the farm, but it didn't feel small. The wheat was ready, the fields were golden, and Freddie had 1 month left before he took over his own place in August. To him, it was the end of a job. To me, it felt like the end of an era I hadn't quite prepared myself for. Morning, Freddie. Wheat's ready, and I've decided you're driving the Lexion today. I'll run the trailer. It's your last harvest here, so you might as well have the best seat on the farm.
Thanks, Ethan. I mean it. I'll look after it.
I watched him pull the Lexion into the field, line up with the wheat, and start the first pass. The header cut through the crop, the straw dropped behind him, and the grain started filling the tank. After all the jokes, all the radio chatter, and all the jobs he'd done across this farm, seeing him in that combine felt right. I walked back to the yard, climbed into Freddie's tractor, hitched the grain trailer, and headed out to meet him. I didn't take the big Xerion. Today wasn't about power. It was about letting the farm hand one chapter over to the next bloke. Once the first tank was full, I pulled alongside and he unloaded into the trailer.
You know, when I started here, I thought I'd just be shifting bales, chasing sheep, and trying not to annoy you too much.
You did all three very well.
I learned more here than I ever expected. Not just machinery and cows and fields. How to keep going when the list doesn't end. How to talk to customers. How to fix mistakes without pretending they didn't happen. You've been more than a boss, Ethan. You've been a friend, even when you're buying tractors too big for your own buildings.
You've earned everything that's coming next. That farm isn't a gift, it's a chance, and you're ready for it. Yew Tree's going to miss you, though. I might even have to find someone else to argue with.
Good luck. You won't find another me.
That's what worries me. We worked through the field like that, steady and quiet between the jokes. By evening, the last of the wheat was cut, the final trailer load was full, and the field lay behind us in clean lines of straw and stubble. I unloaded the final grain load at the silo, and as I was parking the trailer, Freddie came over the radio one more time.
Well, that's me done then, boss. Thanks for the job, the chance, the patience, and all the chaos. I'll see you down the road.
You will. And Freddie, don't be a stranger.
I won't. Someone's got to keep an eye on you. Goodbye for now, Ethan.
Goodbye, Freddie, and thank you. Later that month, Rosie and I went to Toby Carvery. It felt right. This was where we had one of our early dates, back when I was still trying to work out how to be a farmer, a boyfriend, and a functioning adult at the same time.
You've been quiet tonight. Harvest tired or thinking tired?
Both. Freddie's leaving, the farm's hit $1 million, and I keep thinking about how different everything is from when I started.
Different in a good way, though. You've built a life here, Ethan, not just a farm.
That's what I've been thinking. I started all this trying to survive 1 month at a time. Then Pete changed everything. Freddie helped carry it. You made it feel like home. And now, when I picture the future, you're in every bit of it. Rosie, I don't want this farm, this house, or whatever comes next without you beside me. So, will you marry me?
Yes, of course I will. You absolute nightmare of a farmer, yes.
After that, things didn't end. They carried on. That's the strange part about stories like this. The camera stops, but the work doesn't. The cows still need feeding, the wheat still needs selling, the sheep still need watching, and somewhere down the road, Freddie's starting his own battle with mud, money, and machinery. As for me, I'll keep farming Yew Tree and Woodland Hill. I'll find a new worker. Rosie and I will plan a wedding. The fields will keep turning from green to gold and back again. I came here with nothing, trying to build a farm. Somewhere along the way, I built a life. And that's where we'll leave it.